Chapter 473 Slaughter. Chapter 473 Slaughter. Chapter 473 Slaughter. After eating the young reversion pill, Lin Ming felt a warm energy melt within his dantian, turning into pure true essence and fusing within all the meridians of his body. Even the duration of the heretical god force was lengthened. In the midst of battle, if he could still his heart and meditate for half an hour, he would be able to restore his peak combat condition. This was how powerful the young reversion pill was. The power of Lin Ming's vitality was originally vivid and exuberant. After tempering his marrow, the resilience of his body had reached a terrifyingly formidable degree. In addition to the young reversion pill's heaven-defying effects, Lin Ming felt the stream of blood trickling down his chest instantly stop. The wound was repairing itself at a visible speed. Seeing this, Lian Chengji's eyes went wide like two moons. Was this really the restorative speed of a human? Even if he himself ate up the young reversion pill, there was no way that he would recover at such an extreme pace. How could he have encountered such a dark star? His cultivation was higher and he was obviously stronger, and he believed he had the absolute advantage in this battle, but as the fight wore on, his situation was becoming increasingly desperate. "Who are you? Are you a human or a demon?" Lian Chengji whispered. Lin Ming didn't reply. He only held the great desolate blood halberd slanted in his hands, and drew a crescent moon on the ground. At this time, on the battlefield, a divine Phoenix Island Vermilion Bird faction elder gave a pitiful scream as he was sent flying backwards, his head wet with blood. With his severe wounds, he wouldn't be able to fight any further. On the divine Phoenix Island side, besides Lin Ming and the Mu sisters, the other elders were all surrounded by several other elders of the South Sea Demon region. They were stretched to their limits and were surrounded by dangers on all sides. Ninth Elder. Mu Qingyi cried out. This elder that had been grievously wounded was only a side elder of the Vermilion Bird faction. He wasn't involved in the conflict of interests between the different factions, and was usually honest. Although he was hesitant to participate in the conflict between Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region, he had still helped in the end. Although the situation wouldn't have been worse if he hadn't joined, at present, he had been severely wounded and he was in a life-threatening situation. When Mu Qingyi saw that the ninth elder had been injured to this extent, the raging anger in her heart soared to the heavens. "Mu Qihua, since you won't help, then after I return to the sect, I shall have you impeached in front of the Council of Elders and have you suffer the punishment of the sect and have your bloodline extinguish. You have brought ruin and disaster upon yourself." As Mu Qihua heard this screaming voice, his eyebrows trembled, but he didn't move in the end. However, Mu Yanzhua wasn't able to resist these words. The pressure was simply too great. Since the battle had already reached this point and he still had not helped, he really would be severely punished by the sect once he returned. "Brother Qihua, this old man really wants to go and help. If we wait any longer, even if Lin Ming dies in battle, in the future us two old men won't have any place to stand. Mu Fengxian will absolutely not forgive us. Not just that, but there is no way that we will be able to prevent news of this matter from spreading to the sect. We have already been witnessed by many people." Mu Qihua was quiet. He sent a true essence sound transmission to Mu Yanzhua. Mu Yanzhua's complexion changed. "What did you say? Are you speaking seriously right now?" "I have an 80 to 90% assurance." Mu Qihua's words were like the whispers of a siren to Mu Yanzhua. Mu Yanzhua's complexion continuously changed, and finally he clenched his teeth and his words died in his throat. "Mu Qihua, you." Mu Qingyi's rage had risen to the extreme. However, Mu Qihua was still unmoved. But Mu Yanzhua, who was standing near Mu Qihua, seemed to be suffering a great deal of agony, and his expression was pained as if he were undergoing an intense psychological struggle. The situation was becoming increasingly bad. After the ninth elder had been injured, the pressure increased on Divine Phoenix Island. Even Mu Qingyi was in immediate danger. As for Lin Ming, although he had managed to gain an advantage by using the rules of this world and pills, he could only maintain the heretical god force for around 30 more breaths of time. If this continued, they would all be forced into a dead end. Lian Chengji's eyes flashed with a hideously savage color. "Lin Ming, no matter how strong you are, you cannot change anything. How long can you last for?" Give this old man the devil arts jade slip you have like a good little boy, and this old man will let off the other people and let you die a painless death. Otherwise, this old man will torture your soul, and have you suffer endlessly for over 100 years. Lin Ming grinned, revealing a shining row of sharp teeth. He took out a crimson pill from his spatial ring and popped it into his mouth. Before he came to the South Sea battlefield, Mu Fengxian had called Lin Ming to the back mountains to give him 3 pills and also a silk sack. Of these 3 pills, 2 were yang reversion pills and 1 was a scarlet blood pill. The pill that Lin Ming had just eaten was a scarlet blood pill. This was a special pill that was used by the inner leaders of Divine Phoenix Island. There were all sorts of precious materials that were used to refine one, and it even required a massive amount of vermilion bird blood. Although ordinary vermilion bird blood was much less valuable than vermilion bird blood essence, it couldn't be produced in massive amounts. This meant that the value of the scarlet blood pill wasn't much lower than the yang reversion pill. The scarlet blood pill could only be used by disciples with the vermilion bird bloodline. After using one, one's strength would skyrocket for a brief period of time, but they would be greatly weakened for a long period of time afterwards. Because of this side effect, Lin Ming hadn't yet used it, nor had he been in a situation where he needed to. As Liang Chengji saw Lin Ming take this scarlet blood pill, he didn't know what it was. He only thought that it was some sort of recovery pill. This caused him to be nervous. This boy simply had too many top-quality pills on his body. He couldn't let Lin Ming continue to recover. At least, he had to delay him until the other elders were victorious in their battles. Die, boy! Liang Chengji gave a loud shout and slammed a claw down on Lin Ming. The surging true essence behind him formed into a massive bloody eagle dozens of feet long. Liang Chengji's skinny face twisted into a devilish visage. This was an attack with 120% of his strength. Lin Ming had just swallowed the scarlet blood pill. He felt as if a fire had ignited in his stomach, and a burst of energy erupted within him, recklessly riding through his meridians. Millimeter. This feeling is. The scarlet blood pill was able to strengthen a Divine Phoenix Island disciple by galvanizing their vermilion bird bloodline. But now, to Lin Ming's amazement, he discovered that the scarlet blood pill was causing the burning ancient phoenix blood within his body to become increasingly vibrant. The scarlet blood pill had caused a chain reaction with the blood of the ancient phoenix. Lin Ming was surprised, but then understood. The vermilion bird shared a homologous bloodline with the ancient phoenix. If the scarlet blood pill was able to energize the bloodline of the vermilion bird, then it would also be able to energize the bloodline of the ancient phoenix. At that moment, Lin Ming felt the blood within his entire body burning, as if his body was about to explode with energy. Ha! Lin Ming shouted, and his body emitted loud popping sounds. As he stretched out, his bones seemed to snap together, emitting a resonant dragon roar that pierced the heavens. Behind Lin Ming, the dual phantoms of an azure dragon and ancient phoenix appeared. The ancient phoenix that could be reborn through a sea of flames. The azure dragon that soared in the skies. Dragon and phoenix rejoiced together. At that moment, Lin Ming's momentum climbed to the utter extreme. His full energy, his full strength, all of his will was poured into the great desolate blood halberd. The wind howled and 14 blood-drinking seals madly spun around, lifting red sand into the air and forming a bloody tornado. Slaughter. A halberd cut forth. Time seemed to come to a standstill, and the blood-stained sand filled the air through the battlefield. Throughout heaven and earth, it was as if the only image left over was the exquisite great desolate blood halberd. It split apart space. The world seemed to lose its color and all sounds faded away. As the fluctuations of energy ravaged forth, there was strangely not a single noise. A wave of blood shot into the sky, blooming like a fiery lotus at night, beautiful and deadly. Even the sound of Liang Chengji gasping was torn apart by that bloody storm. He helplessly looked on as the great desolate blood halberd shattered his blood claw and minced the bloody eagle to pieces. And then, it became a twisting wind that pierced his dantian. Liang Chengji's expression was crazy with unwilling disbelief. He grabbed the great desolate blood halberd with one hand and clawed down at Lin Ming with the other. This old man will have you follow me in death. Liang Chengji vomited blood, and his teeth were stained red. At that moment, it was as if he had gone mad. The burning hot fire of the scarlet blood pill was still flooding Lin Ming's body like before. As Lin Ming saw the claw reaching towards him, he shouted out like a savage beast and punched with his fists. Catcher! That skinny claw was directly broken apart by Lin Ming's fists. After Lian Chengji's dantian had been twisted apart, he had lost most of his true essence. At this time, his claw was only supported by his fragile mortal body. How could he possibly resist Lin Ming's tempering marrow and his impenetrable fists? After Lin Ming's fist shattered Lian Chengji's claw, it continued through and smashed into Lian Chengji. As Lian Chengji's bodily true essence protection had mostly dissipated, Lin Ming's fist penetrated right through and crashed into her. After losing their bodily true essence protection, a martial artist's body was exceedingly frail. In that instant, blood shot everywhere as Lian Chengji's internal organs were demolished by Lin Ming's fists. Come out! Blood-drinking seal! Lin Ming gave a deep roar, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder howled. Lian Chengji's entire body became enveloped by the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. His body trembled, and blood gushed down his head. I am unwilling. I refuse. Lian Chengji gave one final scream. However, in the end, it was futile. There was a muffled explosion as a cloud of bloody fog broke free of Lian Chengji's body, arriving in front of Lin Ming and quickly turning into a mysterious, ancient-looking seal. Lian Chengji's bloodshot eyes rapidly lost their color. The blood seal constantly twisted. Compared to the ones before, this one was much deeper and much more ominous. This was the first blood-drinking seal that Lin Ming had formed from a middle revolving core master. As all of the surrounding martial artists saw this, they were stunned to the point that their courage broke down in Lin Ming's presence. They couldn't believe that someone like Lian Chengji had been killed by Lin Ming. A middle revolving core master had his dantian pierced by Lin Ming's halberd, and then his organs were crushed by a punch and his blood essence was taken. This was absolute overkill, especially the scene where Lin Ming's fist had broken through Lian Chengji's bloody claw. This caused quakes to go through everyone's minds. Lin Ming was like an ancient vicious beast in human form. As Mu Qingshu witnessed this battle from afar, after seeing so many unimaginable scenes he was already scared witless. Lin Ming stood on the battlefield, grasping the 10-foot-long great desolate blood halberd in one hand while carrying the dead and twisted corpse of Lian Chengji in the other. The aura that he was emitting at this moment was that of a world-destroying god of war. Mu Qingshu's face whitened and his lips shivered. He couldn't believe that this was real. That corpse in Lin Ming's hand wasn't some nobody, that was a middle revolving core supreme elder. It was a character who was equal to his own faction's great elder. That man had been so arrogant and dominant a moment ago, but now, he was nothing more than a piece of dead meat in Lin Ming's hands. Chapter 474 Continuously Killing 3 People. Chapter 474 Continuously Killing 3 People. Chapter 474 Continuously Killing 3 People. The entire crowd quieted down as a hushed silence swept across the battlefield. The battle that had been raging like a wildfire had slowed by several points. A middle revolving core master had actually died here. As Mu Qianyu looked at Lin Ming, her breathing quickened. She had already been incomparably surprised that Lin Ming had been able to block the attacks of Lian Chengji, but now, he had actually been able to counterattack and kill Lian Chengji. In this broken world, besides those old monsters at the late revolving core realm and above that had gone to the demon god Imperial Palace, a middle revolving core martial artist was a top master. If 2 middle revolving core masters fought, then usually one party would be defeated. But, to kill them before they could run away was extremely difficult. And now, Lin Ming had killed Lian Chengji. This was absolutely incredible. Even if Lin Ming had eaten the scarlet blood pill, he shouldn't have been so terrifying. Even the usually calm and expressionless Mu Bingyun's eyes flashed with wonder as she looked at Lin Ming, her expression filled with shock. As Xian Zhon looked at Lin Ming, his gaze became grim. He wasn't any stronger than Lian Chengji. If the one that Lin Ming had attacked was him and not Lian Chengji a moment ago, there was a very high possibility that he wouldn't be anything but a cold corpse right now. Xian Zhon began to feel deep regret. He shouldn't have joined this fight, Otherwise, how could he have provoked this demonic star? As for the other 4 elders from the South Sea demon region that hadn't joined in, they all stood up at once, and their faces became ugly with fear. Before, it had been the divine Phoenix Island elders that didn't have the courage to join the battle. But now, facing Lin Ming, who was like a world-destroying war god, the South Sea demon region elders were the ones that didn't dare to fight. What a joke! A middle revolving core master had been killed. How could an early revolving core martial artist still survive? These 4 elders were all at the early revolving core realm. They weren't individuals from the Lian or Xian bloodline. In a sense, this conflict could be considered a personal grudge and not part of the South Sea War. It wasn't related to them much. But now, even Lian Chengji had been killed. As they saw that this life and death battle between the South Sea demon region and divine Phoenix Island was nearing its climax, they couldn't help but join the fray. What should they do? These 4 elders were now facing the same difficult problem that the divine Phoenix Island elders had just faced a moment ago. Should they brace themselves and join the battle? Or escape? However, Lin Ming did not plan on giving these people the chance to regret their hesitancy. He now only had several dozen more breaths of time of the heretical god force left. With the scarlet blood pill burning his blood, he still managed to maintain his rationality. But the murderous intent that swept off him was like an erupting volcano. It could not be suppressed. Cultivating the devil arts that led him on the road of slaughter, along with this scarlet blood pill that burned in his veins and mind, Lin Ming only wished to hold his halberd in hand and sweep away the whirl. Die. As Lin Ming's killing intent reached the peak, he gave a loud shout and joined the battle. The great desolate blood halberd was like a bloodthirsty python that brutally dashed into the fray. Although he could only persist for a few dozen more breaths of time, no one was able to resist the edge of his blade. 15 blood-drinking seals were like the scythe of a death god. In particular, the blood-drinking seal that was formed from Lian Chengji's blood essence was a much more vivid and solemn red than the others. The power of these blood-drinking seals that were unfettered by the suppressive laws of this world was truly terrifying when their strength was unleashed to the limit. An elder that bore the brunt of Lin Ming's attack was alarmed. He waved his weapon to stop Lin Ming's halberd. Out of the way! The elder heard a shout in his ear just as Xian Zhon rushed over to his side. Xian Zhon raised the spear in his hands, thrusting out. A billowing wave of powerful bloody true essence surged out, rushing forward. Bang! The halberd light wantonly radiated outwards. With the 15 blood-drinking seals free from the laws of this broken world, they chaotically spun around. Not only were they wonderfully fast, but they approached at a cunning angle and were also incomparably sharp. Ca. Xian Zhon's figure flashed and he retreated dozens of steps back, the blood in his body tumbling. The clothing on his right arm had been torn, and a trail of blood leaked out. In just this single exchange, the one that had been injured was Xian Zhon. All of the other surrounding sect's martial artists were petrified by this scene. They had already lost all ideas of what to say here. Lin Ming's existence had completely surpassed their common sense. Some of them faintly guessed that Lin Ming was using some sort of secret ability to evade the suppressive laws of this world to a certain extent. But even so, Lin Ming was only at the late Hutian realm. No matter what, he shouldn't be able to kill a middle revolving core master. Press on together. Mu Qingyi took this opportunity and issued an order to attack. If Xian Zhon had to face Lin Ming, Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun naturally didn't have a match. In this last year and a half, these sisters had progressed considerably in their overall strength. Their combat prowess already exceeded that of a basic early revolving core powerhouse. In addition, the two of them were attacking together. Vermilion Bird Sword, Heaven Burning Inferno. Blue Luan Sword, Fragmented Ice Cloud. Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun's swords slashed out like the wind, and a brilliant tapestry of fire and ice was woven together. The South Sea Demon Region Elder who took this attack had his true essence protection instantly broken, and he spat blood as he was sent flying backward. Damn it all. Xian Zhon's expression sank. Kill them. Slaughter them all. With another South Sea Demon Region Elder severely wounded, the momentum of the divine Phoenix Island forces shot up like a dazzling rainbow. Even the 9th Elder who had been severely wounded seemed to recover some of his strength, and the flames on his sword grew ever brighter. As for the South Sea Demon region, because of their abject fear from watching Lin Ming's fight, their strength had sharply dropped. In terms of a large-scale fight, martial artists were much worse and less organizational than the armies of common mortal men. A common army did not fear death in their charge, but a martial artist was different. Which one of these demon region elders weren't characters were overwhelming characters with a harem filled with countless beautiful women? How could these characters who held power in the palms of their hands possibly give their life like an ordinary soldier? The only possibility was if it was a huge temptation that could further their cultivation and life. Otherwise, it was fundamentally impossible. The situation had escalated out of control. The original one-sided balance of power had been completely reversed because of the existence of Lin Ming. Retreat. As Xian Zhong saw another elder injured by Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun, he couldn't help but issue this order. In truth, he was able to feel that Lin Ming had used some sort of arcane ability in order to stimulate the potential of his body, and this was the reason that his strength had risen so suddenly and so sharply. But this sort of ability should not be able to last much longer. However, Xian Zhong wasn't willing to gamble on how much longer it could last, and he didn't know whether or not Lin Ming would be able to use it again. Xian Zhong was not willing to use his own life as a gambling stake. Facing Lin Ming, he was thoroughly terrified. Lin Ming didn't even use bodily true essence to block Lian Chengji's claw and had come out almost unscathed. In his counterattack, he had even killed Lian Chengji. Lin Ming was simply a freakish beast that he couldn't muster the courage to face. As for the 4 demon region elders that hadn't moved at the start, as they heard Xian Zhong's order to retreat, they all let out sighs of relief. They had been saved. As long as they were ordered to leave, they would not need to join the battle. As for how many people would die in such a large-scale retreat, none of them cared about this. In any case, they were much faster at running away than the lower-level disciples. If anyone died, it wouldn't be them. The South Sea Demon region martial artists began to withdraw as they fought, with several revolving core elders bringing up their rear. But at this time, Lin Ming's offensive became increasingly rabid and fierce. The blood in his body boiled as it burned up, bursting with a final brilliant radiance. Prime Val Halberd Strike. Blood Seal Twisting Murder. With the swirling attractive force of the blood-drinking seals in addition to the sense of spatial disorientation that it caused, Lin Ming's halberd stabbed through the South Sea Demon region elder that had been injured by Mu Qianyu, ending his life. The South Sea Demon region had lost another elder. You bastard! Xian Zhong's eyes were red with rage. In truth, this battle had lasted a mere 30 breaths of time. But the South Sea Demon region had lost 3 elders, and all 3 of them had died at Lin Ming's hands. Retreat. Xian Zhong finally suppressed the anger in his heart. He swept his spear across the ground, creating a series of explosions. As Xian Zhong withdrew his spear, he launched his movement technique and quickly escaped. At this time, Divine Phoenix Island no longer had the ability to pursue the South Sea Demon region elders that escaped. Not to mention that Lin Ming had reached his limit, but the situation of the other Divine Phoenix Island elders wasn't much better. As the surrounding martial artists saw the dozens of South Sea Demon region revolving core and Xiantian martial artists fleeing, they were left stunned and speechless. They had never imagined that the South Sea Demon region, which had supposedly been stronger, would be completely clobbered by Divine Phoenix Island, and had to finally flee in a frenzied panic. Not just that, but 3 of their elders had died, and one of them had even been a middle revolving core master. It had to be known that since the start of the South Sea War, the South Sea Demon region had only lost around 7 or 8 revolving core masters. But in this one battle, Lin Ming had killed 3 of them himself. No one knew just how to react at this moment. On the Divine Phoenix Island side, Mu Qingshu had lapsed into a sluggish state. His lips were trembling and his face was white like paper. In his fantasies, he had imagined that Lin Ming would turn into an idiot. But this fantasy had become nothing but a joke. Lin Ming was like an insurmountable mountain peak in front of him. Just looking at him made a deep and abiding sense of despair well up within his soul. Qingshu, we're leaving. At this time, Mu Qingshu heard the true essence sound transmission of Mu Yanjua. Grandfather, I. As Mu Qingshu heard Mu Yanjua's voice, he nearly burst into tears. His confidence had shattered into pieces, and he no longer had the courage to confront Lin Ming. "Do not speak, walk away with me. I have something to tell you." As everyone's vision was focused on Lin Ming at this time, Mu Yanzhua and Mu Qihua slowly retreated. They decided to no longer stay there. Mu Qingyi noticed this, but she only coldly snorted. Wherever they went or whatever they did, she had already decided that when she returned to the sect, she would impeach Mu Qihua and Mu Yanzhua in front of the Council of Elders and have them suffer the deepest and most grievous punishments allowed within the sect rules. Lin Ming's heretical god force had ended, and the blood of the ancient phoenix had finally stopped burning. At this time, an endless feeling of exhaustion welled up within him, and he became unsteady on his feet. Because he took the scarlet blood pill, this condition would only become more and more serious. Lin Ming grit his teeth and placed the South Sea Demon Region's revolving core elder's corpse in his spatial ring. Then, he barely propped himself up from the ground with the great desolate blood halberd. "We're also leaving," Mu Qingyi ordered. It was no longer a good idea to stay here. They had all been left in an extremely poor state, and those from the Great Zen Temple were still here. If they had any dark or evil thoughts, the consequences would be disastrous. After this danger had passed, Divine Phoenix Island only had around 27 or 28 people left. Around 10 of them had died here. And what pleasantly surprised Lin Ming the most was that Zhongzhen, whose strength was a complete mess and on a much lower level than everyone present, was still alive. "Big brother Lin, oh, you are my greatest idol. I'll carry you." Zhongzhen was inexplicably excited when he saw Lin Ming. Without saying anything further, he stepped in front of Lin Ming, facing his back to him, and squatted down. "What rubbish!" Mu Qingyi snapped at Zhongzhen. "You're not even fast yourself and yet think you can carry others. Qianyu, take Lin Ming with you, we're leaving this place." Chapter 475 The Traitorous Trio. Chapter 475 The Traitorous Trio. Chapter 475 The Traitorous Trio. At this time, within the Divine Phoenix Island forces, the ones with the highest combat efficiency remaining were Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun. If the two of them joined their attacks, they would be able to defend against a middle revolving core master. For such a large troop to have such a small fighting force was really dangerous. First, they had to find a safe place to recover from their wounds. Mu Qingyi had Zhongzhen shoulder the 7th elder, and carried the 9th elder herself. Lin Ming was held by Mu Qianyu, and together, they all launched their movement techniques and quickly left. The long-bearded monk from the Great Zen Temple saw this and lowered his head, reciting Buddhist mantras. It was unknown just what he was thinking. "Senior apprentice brother, should we let them go like that?" A middle-aged man who wore a long white robe asked. "That young boy called Lin Ming, he seems to possess some sort of secret skill that can allow one to avoid the suppressive laws of this world. If we can obtain this secret skill, then we might be able to restore our revolving core realm strength. Junior apprentice brother Yuan Kong, do not try to further any disputes. Greed is simply the demon of the heart, it will corrupt your soul. Not just that, but that boy is a hidden dragon in a pool. If we offend him, then there is no choice left but to absolutely exterminate him. Otherwise, our great Zen temple will never have another peaceful day again. Junior apprentice brother, do you want our great Zen temple to be just like the South Sea Demon region in the future, and also go to all-out war with Divine Phoenix Island?" Yuan Kong was stunned. He immediately said, "Senior apprentice brother's teachings are the true path. As for that sort of secret skill, even if it exists, it's not something that we can practice in a day or even a week. It won't help us in any way. In this broken world, we must tread carefully with peace in our hearts, otherwise we will come across calamity." "Yes, senior apprentice brother." The wind whistled past Lin Ming. His body was just too weak at this moment. From the very start, nearly his entire weight was being held by Mu Qianyu. Finally, he simply lay flat on Mu Qianyu and she carried him on her back. As the scenery passed by him, a fragrant, delicate smell wafted into the air and filled Lin Ming's senses. As Lin Ming was laying on Mu Qianyu's soft and heavenly shoulders, at this moment, he very incomparably peaceful. He couldn't help but greedily breathe this fragrance into his nose and mouth. As a blurry wave of love filled his heart, Lin Ming's consciousness began to become gradually faint. As a faint but pleasant voice entered Lin Ming's ear, he wanted to respond, but at this moment, it seemed as if the world itself had faded away from him. Lin Ming, you. As Mu Qianyu felt Lin Ming lying on her back, she felt his hot breath scorch her collar, and a curious but exciting itching feeling spread down her back. She called out to Lin Ming, but he seemed to have fainted, and her voice couldn't wake him. There's an open area in the front, we'll rest there. Everyone stay on high alert. Mu Qingyi said. Millimeter. As the 20-some disciples gathered in the open glade, Mu Qianyu placed Lin Ming down. At this time, Lin Ming's forehead was covered in sweat and his lips were a pale white. In his extremely weak condition, he looked like a chicken that had been slapped around. As for all of the surrounding disciples, their eyes were full of admiration and awe as they looked at Lin Ming. Whether or not Lin Ming had used the special laws of this world to his advantage, the indisputable truth was that he had killed the middle revolving core master Lian Chengji without much difficulty. For a late Hutian realm martial artist to kill one at the middle revolving core realm was simply unbelievable. If it wasn't for Lin Ming turning the tide of the battle in that moment and forcing away the South Sea Demon region, the consequences of that battle would have been incalculable. It was even possible that all of those younger disciples would have been put to death. Mu Qingyi said, help Lin Ming recover. He ate a scarlet blood pill, he'll be weak for a very long time. Millimeter. Without hesitation, Mu Qianyu took out a yang reversion pill from her spatial ring and fed it to Lin Ming. As a saintess of divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qianyu naturally had a yang reversion pill with her. After eating 2 yang reversion pills in a row, the effect would be weakened a bit. But at this time, the best pill was still a yang reversion pill. As the yang reversion pill entered Lin Ming's mouth, it melted into a warm current of energy that flowed into Lin Ming's body. Because Lin Ming was still unconscious, Mu Qianyu stayed near him, revolving her energy to help him heal. After being out of battle, the effect of the yang reversion pill was significantly better. Lin Ming's condition was truly miserable at the moment. The scarlet blood pill was a pill that overdrew one's bloodline potential. Even Lin Ming, whose life force was incomparably formidable, was now hot and dry. His lips trembled like he had a dangerous illness. As Mu Qianyu saw Lin Ming like this, she felt very depressed. Mu Bingyun quietly walked over and handed Mu Qianyu a small bottle, senior apprentice sister. Verdant ice shard. Mu Bingyun didn't call Mu Qianyu her big sister, but rather senior apprentice sister. After the 2 sisters were born, they were sent to the Blue Luan faction and Vermilion Bird faction where they grew up. In addition to that, they spent most of their time cultivating. The 2 of them had very few chances to meet. Also, because of Mu Bingyun's cultivation method, she had an extremely indifferent character. There was very little of the usual intimacy between her and Mu Qianyu that sisters usually had. Thank you. Mu Qianyu took the bottle of verdant ice shards. This was a valuable medicine that was unique to the Blue Luan faction. It was used to nourish one's spiritual sea, and was also a top-quality medicine in treating soul injuries. Pills such as the scarlet blood pill and others that stimulated one's potential to the limit often had the effect of driving one into a rage or trance via self-hypnosis. This would cause a martial artist's spirit to be extremely energized, but it also might damage the soul a little. Of course, because the scarlet blood pill itself was a top-quality medicine, and Lin Ming's spiritual sea was formidable to begin with, the truth was that this damage wasn't considered much. However, Lin Ming was very important to divine Phoenix Island. Thus, Mu Bingyun had readily taken out this bottle of verdant ice shards to cure any possible wounds. Mu Qingyi had already placed the grievously wounded 9th elder down and fed him some recovery pills. This time, a reason that the situation had turned out well was because the 9th elder and 7th elder had helped. And, what was peculiar was that the 7th elder wasn't even part of the Mu bloodline. This caused Mu Qingyi to sigh. Within divine Phoenix Island, those elders that didn't share the surname Mu had influence and power much lower than those that did. However, when it truly mattered in a life or death moment, Mu Qihua and Mu Yanzhua had both betrayed divine Phoenix Island together. Under the tremendous pressure from the South Sea Demon region, The one that had steeled their hearts and joined the fray was an elder that didn't have the surname Mu. If it wasn't for Lin Ming erupting with a surprising battle strength and turning the tables, then in that battle, it was possible that the elders would have died. They might have even been completely annihilated. It could be said that the seventh elder risking his life to help was especially rare. Elder Zhong, I am truly ashamed. Those traitors Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjue actually betrayed us. For Elder Zhong to help this time, I am truly overwhelmed by your graciousness. I will never forget this. If I still have a single breath when I make it out of this world, I will speak of Elder Zhong's deeds in front of the High Ancestor. Elder Zhong shook his head and said, Elder Mu is too polite. This old man is still someone from Divine Phoenix Island. Although this old man doesn't have many relations with Lin Ming, my grandson is actually friends with him. All this way, I have been told of many good things that I hadn't known. As Elder Zhong spoke, he pointed to Zhongzhen. Zhongzhen scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. As Elder Zhong pointed at Zhongzhen, Mu Qianyu also glanced at Zhongzhen. She hadn't known that Zhongzhen was Elder Zhong's grandson. No wonder that Zhongzhen had managed to enter this broken world with his early Hutian realm cultivation, and still live up until now. This Zhongzhen was probably one of the most outstanding juniors of the Zhong family. This time, Elder Zhong had probably brought his grandson to experience this world. Within Divine Phoenix Island, elders that weren't of the Mu bloodline often didn't have high ambitions. Rather, they only wished that their descendants would be able to peacefully live on. As for those elders of the Mu bloodline, they would often struggle because of power and authority, and battles would arise from all around. In summary, those elders that weren't of the Mu bloodline didn't struggle for much because they knew that there wasn't any meaning to it, as Divine Phoenix Island wasn't truly part of their world. But those elders of the Mu bloodline were different. Power and authority were truly the roots of all evils and wars. High Master Qingyi, since the Great Elder and Third Elder left, I'm worried about what they might. Mu Qianyu hesitated as she spoke. Don't worry. As long as they aren't mad, they won't dare to commit a rebellious crime against the sect. They still have a bloodstain contract on their bodies. The only way they would be able to break it is if they reach the extreme revolving core realm, and others cannot release it. Once they betray the sect, their bloodlines will melt, and their cultivation will all vanish within half a year. Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjue have already lived for 200 to 300 years. It is impossible for them to cultivate from the start again. Once their cultivation vanishes, their vitality will also dry up, and their lives will come to an end. Mu Qingyi was completely unworried that Mu Qihua would betray them. In fact, in these past 3,000 years there hadn't a single Mu bloodline elder that had betrayed the sect. To completely lose their cultivation they had spent several hundreds of years developing and even compensate with their life, there just wasn't anyone that could withstand paying such a steep price. There had been some Mu juniors that had betrayed the sect. But, their bloodline was not rich and they were young. There were even some that wanted to purposefully melt their bloodline to cultivate devil arts. But ultimately, they had come to a tragic end. Take this chance to heal your injuries. And remember, everyone stay alert. Mu Qingyi said. With Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun in their forces, as long as didn't have to face two middle revolving core masters together, they would still be able to cope with it. As the Divine Phoenix Island forces were taking this time to recover from their injuries, Mu Yanjue, Mu Qihua, and Mu Qingshu were still in the wilderness, quickly walking. Mu Qihua was walking at the front, his expression blank. But, Mu Yanjue's expression was uncertain, as if he were still grappling with his choices. Brother Qihua, how confident are you in this matter? If we fail, we will no longer have a place in this world. This was the second time that Mu Yanjue had asked this question. Mu Qihua smiled. Brother Yanjue, if you are always so scared and indecisive, how will you ever have great accomplishments? If you wish to seek power and riches, then there will also be danger. If you wish to maintain some sort of place in this world, then you will forever be suppressed by others. You will reach the middle revolving core realm, be stuck there, nursing your hatred until your death. Hundreds of years later, even your clan will be wiped out. And you still have plans of soaring into the heavens, reaching life destruction and becoming the leader of Divine Phoenix Island? Mu Yanjue was silent. He understood the truth behind Mu Chihua's words. However, thinking about it and laying down his determination to do it were two completely different concepts. Without a doubt, this would be the greatest gamble of his life. If he won, he would flourish. But if he lost, he would lose everything. So how could he not hesitate? As Mu Chihua saw Mu Yenjua's frightened and unsure appearance, he continued to speak. Brother Yenjua, you must understand that if Lin Ming leads Divine Phoenix Island into becoming a fifth-grade sect or even a holy land in the future, that won't have anything to do with you or me. Instead, our clans will be pushed to the side by others until there isn't anywhere left for us. On the other hand, if someday Divine Phoenix Island is led by you and me, then we will not need to become a holy land. Even if we become the lowest sort of fifth-grade sect, just what sort of scene would that be? We will be worshipped and glorified by the future generations and become characters just like the founder. Our descendants will become even more prosperous. Chapter 476 Opening the Array. Chapter 476 Opening the Array. Chapter 476 Opening the Array. Wasn't the scene that Mu Chihua described just what Mu Yenjua had yearned for? Whether the sect prospered or not, it was key that it was tied to their own fates. The poor people of a powerful nation were often much more pitiful than the wealthy of a poor nation. No true man lacks venom in their hearts. If you cannot endure the pressure now and question your own decisions because of your so-called morality and ideas of honor or righteousness towards your sect, then you will never accomplish anything great. Instead, you will only be killed and become a stone for others to step on. Mu Chihua turned to look at Mu Qingshu and said, "What do you think?" Qingshu? Mu Qingshu clenched his teeth, and his eyes flashed with resentment. Great Elder, as long as Lin Ming still lives within Divine Phoenix Island, there will never be a place for me to go. This time, even if there is only a 10 to 20% chance of success, I will still bet everything on it. Haha, well said, Qingshu. This is the way of looking at important matters. Brother Yenjua, you should try to be as decisive as Qingshu. Whether what I say is true or false, I believe that Brother Yenjua has the ability to distinguish between them. It's just that you haven't acknowledged your own resolute thoughts. Not just that, but we will also have a late revolving core master helping us. This matter can already be considered a near-certain success. Mu Yenjua grit his teeth and carefully thought of his options. He also believed that most of what Mu Chihua said was true. Ever since ancient times, in gambles of life and death, the winners had been kings and the losers were the villains. History was written by the victor. In the future, as long as he could rise and become the victor among the ashes, he would be able to create his own history and develop his own rules. Mu Yenjua wasn't young, but he wasn't too old either. He was just a bit over 200 years old. He still had a chance of reaching a higher realm. Also, he had to consider not just himself, but his own family clan, and especially Mu Qingshu. Thinking this, Mu Yenjua closed his eyes. When his eyes opened once more, they shined with a grim color. In any case, he no longer had a route to retreat. If he had to do this, then he had to go until the end. Brother Chihua, I already know. In any case, there is no other path left for me to take. Haha, good. Mu Chihua laughed. Great Elder, I have a small request to make. Mu Qingshu hesitated as he spoke to hear. Mu Chihua faintly smiled at Mu Qingshu and said, "What Qingshu wants is Mu Qianyu, right?" Certainly, after this matter is successfully concluded, Mu Qianyu will be yours. At that time, you may do whatever you want with her. As Mu Chihua said this, Mu Qingshu's eyes shined with joy. As he thought about the time when he would be able to savage Mu Qianyu under him, his hands began to tremble. This was his obsession. He wanted to tear down her noble manner and violently violate her body, conquering the maddening desire that he had. This was something that he had long desired. Ever since he had been overshadowed by Lin Ming and his self-esteem was damaged by the proud Mu Qianyu, all of these resentments had accumulated within him and formed into a heart demon. If he could not cripple Lin Ming and plunder Mu Qianyu, completely conquering her heart, then he would never be able to eliminate this demon in his heart, and his thoughts would never be smooth. Thinking of this future scene, Mu Qingshu excitedly clenched his fists. Just you wait, Lin Ming. I will cripple your martial arts and have you watch with wide eyes as I take Mu Qianyu's body. I will obtain her bloodline and seal away her cultivation, training her until she becomes my slave. Lin Ming, I will take everything that was yours. As Mu Yanzhua saw Mu Qingshu's crazy appearance, he didn't know whether the feeling in his heart was joy or sorrow. Many of those geniuses that were gifted by the heavens were shrouded with all sorts of radiant halos since birth. However, if there was a day when all aspects of their talent was suppressed by another, they had to live in the shadows of others, and their honor, status, and even the women they loved were taken, it would be easy for them to fall astray onto the path of dark compulsions and depravity. Mu Qingshu was obviously in this current situation. The animus in his heart had finally gathered to the point that it had become a dark demon that haunted him. Naturally, it would be good if he could eliminate this heart demon, but Mu Yanzhua thought that this would only bring Mu Qingshu further down the demonic path. Only following one's desires and wants, this was the heart of martial arts that those of the demonic path cultivated. Whether this was good or bad, he did not know. Mu Yanzhua felt that he could no longer change anything. If he didn't allow Mu Qingshu to reach the end of this obsession, the situation would only become worse. Since ancient times, geniuses had been incomparably proud. There were even historical accounts of wise and intelligent men, such as military strategists, that would vomit blood and die after being outplayed and done in by others. So Mu Yanzhua could only allow this situation to naturally develop. As Mu Yanzhua looked at the sky, he found that it was bright throughout, without a single black cloud or spot. He also didn't know what time it was in this broken world. Brother Chihua, has this late revolving core master not come yet? Mu Chihua said, he'll come. The signal has already been sent out. It shouldn't take more than another hour. Be patient. As Mu Chihua said, a bit after another half hour, an old man appeared above the wilderness. He wore purple robes, and his two eyebrows were like sharp swords. This old man was actually the sovereign of the Thundercrest sect, Lei Jingtian. Thunder Sovereign? After Mu Yanzhua saw Lei Jingtian arrive, he was startled. He didn't think that the late revolving core realm master that Mu Chihua had spoken about would be Lei Jingtian. But as he thought about it some more, Lei Jingtian had been stranded at the peak of the middle revolving core realm for a long time. For his past year, he had disappeared into seclusion somewhere. One reason was to avoid the spotlight, and the second reason was likely to try and attempt to break through his bottleneck. Thunder Sovereign, it's been a long time. Mu Chihua cupped his hands together. After a year and a half passed, Lei Jingtian's aura had become increasingly aggressive. As he stood there, faint sparks of lightning formed around him. Even though he was in this broken world and his true essence had been suppressed to a mere 20%, his every action was still able to stir up the heavens and earth origin energy around him. Lei Jingtian's eyes swept over Mu Yanzhua and Mu Qingshu. He frowned. These two are. Rest assured, they are elders from Divine Phoenix Island and are firmly on our side. Lei Jingtian knew that the reason these two extra people were there was because Mu Chihua had found the pressure too great to bear, and was looking for allies to share this pressure. But none of this had anything to do with him. He flung his sleeves and coldly said, "Humph. This old man doesn't care. We shall go with the agreement as stated before." "Of course." Mu Chihua smiled. He subconsciously scratched his palms together, as if everything was perfectly under his control. At this time, outside of the demon god Imperial Palace. "Xian Wuji, stop keeping us guessing, you must know a way to break through this array," the Black Flood Dragon Patriarch angrily said. He had brought a clansman here who was familiar with array formations, but even after he had studied the array outside of the demon god Imperial Palace for an entire 2 hours, he still hadn't made any progress at all. Throughout this entire process, Xian Wuji had a faint taunting smile playing on his lips, as if he was laughing at everything that happened. This old man doesn't have any means to break through this array. Xian Wuji held his hands behind his back, straightening his back as if he were a bystander. "You don't have any means to break through. Humph, then let's just idle here together." The Black Flood Dragon Patriarch didn't believe Xian Wuji's words. He had made up his mind to follow Xian Wuji. If he couldn't obtain anything here, he wouldn't let Xian Wuji obtain anything either. Chapter 477 Lei Jingtian approaches. Chapter 477 Lei Jingtian approaches. Chapter 477 Lei Jingtian approaches. Xian Wuji said, "This array formation is called a universal array. The entire array formation is a self-contained system, and the only way in which it would consume energy is if it were attacked. Normally, it can sustain itself, and it consumes a very minimal amount of energy." No one spoke, waiting for Xian Wuji to continue his explanation. Obviously, he knew just what this universal array was. If he didn't have the assurance that he would be able to break through, then he wouldn't have paid such a high price to open the path to this ancient battlefield. However, Xian Wuji spoke to that point and then stopped. He casually glanced over everyone present and slowly said, "Everyone, concerning the treasures of the demon god Imperial Palace, shall we discuss how we will be dividing them?" This old man personally found the demon emperor's letter within an ancient ruin, and also spent a great price to open the way to this ancient battlefield. "Since I have arrived here today at this step, I do not wish to give away the fruits of my labor to others." Xian Wuji's final words came out with a sharp and intimidating burst. Suddenly, the dominating aura that belonged to a third-stage life-destruction powerhouse surged out. The reason that he had waited for such a long time and had allowed the Black Flood Dragon clan to mess around as they pleased was all in order to tell these people this. Without Xian Wuji, none of them would have had the chance to even think about obtaining the treasures within the demon god Imperial Palace. "Sir Xian, if it wasn't for our help, do you think you would have been able to open the space channel by yourself?" The great Zen temple's white-browed monk slowly said as he clasped his hands together. I have no interest in negotiating with you. What my South Sea demon region wants is half of the treasures within the demon god Imperial Palace. As for the rest, you can divide them as you wish," Xian Wuji calmly said. "Half." As everyone heard Xian Wuji's greedily rapacious offer, the other sect's elders had very poor expressions. Out of so many sects, the truth was that the great Zen temple was even stronger than the South Sea demon region. In addition, there was also Nanyun Wang who was representing all those other free martial artists. With Divine Phoenix Island representing the union of all the smaller sects, how could they split anything if Xian Wuji decided to take half? He. Nanyun Wang coldly sneered, "Let me see if I can wake you up from your dream." "Nanyun Wang, don't think that I fear you." Xian Wuji glowered, his killing intent spilling out. "What about it? You want to give it a go?" Nanyun Wang casually stepped forwards, his voice dark. The aura that he emitted was slightly stronger than Xian Wuji's. In terms of strength, Nanyun Wang, who was a top talent whose name once thundered throughout the South Sea, was stronger than Xian Wuji. All of the surrounding elders unconsciously took a step back from the pressure. If these two old monsters decided to fight here, then even if their true essence was suppressed to a mere 20% of what it usually was, they were still existences that could move mountains. None of the elders wanted to get involved in this struggle and end up as collateral damage. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian also stepped back with the other elders. As they saw this scene, they could only force a smile. They had already expected that coming to this demon god Imperial Palace would be filled with layers upon layers of troubles and difficulties. But they didn't think that before they had even passed the first protective measures of the demon god Imperial Palace, that many of the greater forces here would decide to take advantage of the situation and act. If they truly saw the treasures within the demon god Imperial Palace, then wouldn't the following frenzy be earth-shattering? In front of one's own absolute interests, this sort of vulnerable and fragile union would immediately fall apart. As all of the forces were fighting for their interests and opportunities, time passed slowly. In this broken world, there was no way to differentiate day and night, and it was unknown just how many days passed. Lin Ming's strength slowly restored itself. Although he had used the top-quality Yang Reversion Pill and Verdant Ice Shard, he was still in an extremely weak condition. Ever since they had found a safe place to settle in for a bit, he simply hadn't been able to walk. It wasn't known where Zhongzhen had went or what he searched for, but he had come back with some pieces of wood and silk and fashioned a sedan chair out of it that could be carried by others. As Lin Ming sat inside, he felt a bit delicate. With the shattered demon heart crystal that Lin Ming had eaten and all the marrow washing he had done, his skin appeared delicate and smooth. If a person didn't know the situation, they would only see a fair and handsome youth riding a sedan chair, surrounded by a group of extremely attractive men and women. In the mortal world, it would really seem as if he was the weak and fragile scholarly son of a rich family that went out to travel. Roughly around 3 days later, Lin Ming's condition had improved. In these 3 days, he had recovered enough of his strength. One reason for his quick recovery was that he had eaten such top-quality medicines, and the other reason was that Lin Ming's vitality was so formidable to begin with. Otherwise, if someone were to eat the scarlet blood pill, it would be normal for them to be bedridden for 1 or 2 months. As several more days passed, they had left the wilderness and arrived at the shattered ruins of temples and palaces. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, these buildings were mostly preserved. With such a grand scale of construction, it was easy to imagine that this was once a 6th-grade sect, and what sort of unimaginably prosperous times they must have passed through. From the start, as the disciples saw these palaces, they were filled with hope and anticipation. But after they went in, they were disappointed. The insides were a mess. It seemed that they had all been ransacked, and there was nothing left. As for some other buildings, they were actually protected by array formations. If anyone tried to enter, they would be directly bounced back by the array formation, and some were even injured. This caused the divine Phoenix Island disciples to sigh in praise. These array formations actually persisted even though tens of thousands of years had passed, and were not damaged. This was simply an inconceivable concept. The array formations of ancient times are incredible. Mu Qianyu said with heartfelt feeling near Lin Ming. As Mu Qianyu didn't hear a response, she turned to glance at Lin Ming. But she found that Lin Ming had lowered his head as if he were deep in thought. In fact, ever since Lin Ming entered these ruins, he had increasingly felt that they were familiar. When Lin Ming had been rummaging through the memories of the Demon Emperor, he had quickly sealed off these sorts of memories. He had originally thought that these memories were useless, but now he had actually found something similar here. It was just that too long a time had passed and this palace had been abandoned. It didn't quite match up to his memories. This place, if he was correct, should be the ruins of the pavilion that the inner court disciples of the demon god Imperial Palace once lived at. 100 miles from here should be the main temple of the demon god Imperial Palace and also the inner chambers of the demon emperor. The medicine garden that the Nirvana dragon root was planted in was also located within the demon emperor's inner chambers. Thinking of this, Lin Ming found it hard to calm his mood. Should he leave by himself and try to find the Nirvana dragon root? But as Lin Ming also remembered just how many old life destruction masters there were, he was well aware that his chances of obtaining a Nirvana dragon root were close to 0. It didn't matter if those life destruction masters had their true essence suppressed to a mere 20%, they would still be able to instantly kill him. There was no way that he could confront those life destruction fogies. The only chance he had was if their true essence was suppressed to 1 or 2%. Only then would he have the slimmest amount of hope. However, this was also impossible. Lin Ming, just what are you thinking about? Mu Qianyu asked. Lin Ming shook his head. Nothing really, just thinking about the demon god Imperial Palace. I wonder how Honorable Master is doing inside. Mu Qianyu smiled. Don't worry, Master and Master Ancestor won't try to fight for the Nirvana dragon root within the demon god Imperial Palace. At most just some small lucky chances would be enough for them. More than that, they also have some agreement with High Monk Baimai. So they shouldn't have any problems. Millimeter. Lin Ming nodded. In that group of powerhouses, Mu Fengxian and Mu Yu Huang were on the weaker end. Naturally, it was uncertain that they would be able to obtain the Nirvana dragon root. As they explored the pavilion ruins, Lin Ming passed through the central court that disciples used. Sure enough, he found that there was an illusionary killing array there that the inner court disciples once used to practice with. It was almost the exact same as in the memories of the demon emperor. This ancient altar had passed through the long passage of time, but still stood there complete and well. The mysterious array patterns and symbols of the altar were buried in a deep layer of dust, but were still intact. Besides the illusionary killing array, there was also a transmission array. If he remembered correctly, this transmission array could go to the central square of this broken world. And once there, one could directly transmit themselves to the demon god Imperial Palace. As Lin Ming thought of this, his heart ached a bit. Could he use this transmission array to go to the demon god Imperial Palace to take a look? Unfortunately, he had only absorbed some of the demon emperor's fragmented remnant memories, and what he knew was very fuzzy on the internal layout of the demon god Imperial Palace. He also didn't know what sort of traps or secret passages might be found inside. It could be said that if he entered into the demon god Imperial Palace, he would have no advantage at all. He could easily be killed by any of those supreme elders within. Even if he stumbled onto some great luck and was able to pick the Nirvana Dragon route, it would still be taken away by others. It was impossible to expect Mu Fengxian to be able to cover for him. Thinking this, Lin Ming hesitated. He was not someone who was timid in the face of opportunity. Otherwise, there was no way that he would have snuck into the Flood Dragon's cave by himself. But this time, the chances of success after going into the Demon God Imperial Palace were slim to the point of being desperate. If he decided to compete for the Nirvana Dragon route in this sort of situation, then that wouldn't be decisiveness or wiseness. That would only be a foolishly stupid act that would bring about his own death. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, are you interested in this array formation? Mu Qianyu asked after she saw Lin Ming stand there for a long time. Although Mu Qianyu didn't know anything about ancient array formations, she only had to glance at the faint runes on the illusionary killing array to feel the faintly complex and subtle principles and exquisite work within. Every symbol gave off an extremely delicate and ancient sense of art. Mu Qianyu then remembered that Lin Ming really did have some interest and knowledge about ancient array formations. She casually asked, "What sort of array is this?" "This is an illusionary killing array used by inner court disciples to practice. It has no true killing potential." Lin Ming replied. "Oh, haha, junior apprentice brother really understands much." Mu Qianyu had given up trying to understand Lin Ming's perception. He only needed a glance to understand just what sort of effect this array formation had. The techniques of the Tao of array formations could not be understood quickly, even if one had the best of legacies. It took a great deal of time, and also an excellent perception. As the Divine Phoenix Island forces didn't find anything valuable in this pavilion, they turned to slowly leave. As for Lin Ming, he didn't step onto the transmission array. He only watched as it slowly disappeared from his range of sight. Mu Qingyi said, "There are some more palace ruins in front. Let's go and have a look, we might be able to find something valuable there." Mu Qingyi hadn't finished speaking when a bawdy laugh came from the sky. "Hey, there is no need to go. This old man has already searched through those ruins, and there is nothing for you to find." With this voice, Mu Qingyi, Mu Qianyu, and Lin Ming's expressions completely changed. For someone to arrive near them without them discovering him, that could only mean that this person's cultivation was at least at the late revolving core realm. Lin Ming looked up and his pupils immediately shrank. It was actually that old man. Chapter 478 Escape Symbol. Chapter 478 Escape Symbol. Chapter 478 Escape Symbol. Floating above them, this old man had sword-like eyebrows that slanted outward, and he wore a purple robe embroidered with 7 stars. Around his body, countless arcs of electricity flashed, sending out faint kai-kai-kai sounds. This was the intense shaking of thunder origin energy. This person was the sovereign of the Thundercrest sect, Lei Jingtian, his flying in the air. Mu Qingyi's complexion changed. After they had entered this broken world, they hadn't gone far before they had lost the ability to fly and were forced to descend to the ground. But this Lei Jingtian in front of them had actually maintained the ability to fly. This was just how formidable a late revolving core realm master was. Beginning from revolving core, the gap between every small jump in boundaries was enormous. Passing ranks to fight someone at a higher cultivation was extremely difficult. Even saint-level talents like Mu Bingyun and Mu Qianyu would only be able to jump 2 small boundaries to fight after they reached the revolving core realm. To them, a late revolving core martial artist was an invincible existence. "When did you come in?" Mu Qingyi clearly remembered that Lei Jingtian hadn't been among those present when they had entered into the broken world. Hehe, this old man's status is now a bit sensitive. That old fool Shen Wuji has already blamed Lei Mubai's death on me. Naturally, I wasn't able to openly appear. After every large sect entered into the ancient battlefield, there were still several hundred disciples left over and they were all over the place. It wasn't too hard for me to hide among them, Lei Jingtian proudly said with a smirk. What do you want? Mu Qingyi asked as she went on alert. She wasn't naive enough to think that someone like Lei Jingtian just came over to greet them. Hehe, what do you think? Lei Jingtian's lips curved in a smile, and suddenly the power of thunder in his body erupted. A vast purple net of lightning fell over everyone. The purple lightning grid was several hundred feet wide and was extremely fast. It was like a dream. Mu Qingyi hadn't thought that Lei Jingtian would suddenly attack. Break for me. Mu Qingyi drew her long sword and slashed out at that purple electric net. Lin Ming's pupils shrank and he instantly took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring, thrusting towards that flashing purple net. At that same time, the Mu sisters, the seventh elder, and newly recovered ninth elder also attacked. Kai kai kai. 6 different true essences slashed open the purple net of electricity. However, after this electric net was cut apart, it didn't fade away. Instead, it turned into countless small arcs of lightning that rained down on everyone. Electric light flashed, falling onto the bodies of over 20 lower-order disciples. After they were struck by this power of thunder, their eyes instantly glazed over with countless scenes. Some early Xiantian martial artists weren't able to bear this sort of crazy imagery and softly plopped onto the ground. This was followed by the middle Xiantian martial artists, late Xiantian martial artists. In just several breaths of time, besides the 6 martial artists that had strength equal to a revolving core master, the remaining 20-some disciples had all fallen unconscious on the ground. Mu Qingyi's complexion was completely dark. What Lei Jingtian had just used was a soul attack. She had already heard that Lei Jingtian had a very unique sort of thunder soul, named the Disenchanting Dreamlight. In legends, the Disenchanting Dreamlight was a thunder soul that was bred within the body of an ancient thunder attribute sea beast. Its natural ability was to destroy the soul. With Lei Jingtian's late revolving core cultivation, it was simple for him to cause 20-some Xiantian martial artists to lose consciousness. Mu Qingyi tightly gripped her sword, her forehead becoming damp with sweat. If they really battled here, their situation would be extremely bad. Lin Ming had already eaten a scarlet blood pill, and it was impossible for him to take another in such a short period of time. If someone had to use a scarlet blood pill, it would have to be herself, Mu Qianyu, or Mu Bingyun. The younger one was, the stronger their life force was. If they ate a scarlet blood pill, the side effects they would experience afterwards would be smaller. If someone several hundreds of years old like Mu Qingyi ate a scarlet blood pill, her situation would be perilous afterwards. Her cultivation would drop, and there was the chance she might even lose her life. Not just that, but the scarlet blood pill's effects weren't heaven-defying. Lin Ming was a singular exception. If Mu Qingyi ate the scarlet blood pill, her strength would only barely touch the middle revolving core realm. It was difficult to say whether or not she could deal with Lei Jingtian at that point. Just what do you want? I was asked by others to eliminate their troubles. As Lei Jingtian spoke, his eyes moved until they came to Lin Ming, shining with interest. Seeing Lei Jingtian's vision on him, Lin Ming sneered inwardly. This old man had really come for him? Mu Qianyu's heart went cold and she subconsciously kept Lin Ming behind her. In this critical moment, Lin Ming wasn't in his top condition. If they really fought with Lei Jingtian, then their side would be at a great disadvantage. As Mu Qingyi looked at Lei Jingtian, she seemed unsure. Asked by others? The first ones she thought of were Mu Qihua and Mu Yanzhua. Were they insane? Their hate had reached the point that they no longer cared about their cultivation or bloodline. Not to mention that they weren't sworn enemies or anything like that. Even if they killed Lin Ming, just what would they be able to do? If they openly betrayed the sect, they would suffer the fatal criminal punishments of Divine Phoenix Island. Was this worth it? No matter how she thought about it, Mu Qingyi couldn't figure how any way that they could evade the punishment of the bloodstain contract. So that's how it is. Lin Ming's face held a touch of irony. His hands turned, swapping out the purple comet spear for the great desolate blood halberd. I really am your common enemy. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Mu Chihua had already plotted with you long ago. You made the weaker disciples faint but didn't harm them. This was probably at the behest of Mu Chihua. It seems like he does have some scruples after all. He doesn't dare to openly slaughter so many others. Our current position was also given to you by Mu Chihua, right, Thunder Sovereign? Mu Chihua was originally the leader of the Divine Phoenix Island forces. It wasn't strange for him to have some sort of location method. Lin Ming didn't have the mindset of Mu Qingyi that no one would be able to defy the Bloodstain contract, and thus no elder would be able to rebel. Lin Ming had never placed any faith in this Bloodstain contract. Thus, he was able to simply and clearly see things for what they were. At this moment, bawdy laughter came from afar. In the distant ruins, 2 old men and 1 young man strolled out. The one in front was Mu Chihua. At this time, Mu Chihua had a victorious expression. Behind him, Mu Yanjue appeared a bit grim and restless. As for Mu Qingshu, he looked extremely pleased with himself, as if he were already imagining the way that Lin Ming would die. Ha ha, boy, well said. It is exactly this old man that wants to take your life. As long as I live, all the other disciples and future disciples will submit to me. Naturally, I will not harm them. Oh, so you seem to have some way to break the Bloodstain contract. As Lin Ming watched Mu Chihua's confident expression, he didn't know just what his plan was in the end. Even if he could break the Bloodstain contract and smoothly kill him without problems, what would he be able to do? Mu Fengxian would never forgive them for this. The only method was if he killed everyone here, silencing every witness to this crime. However, if Mu Chihua would kill so many outstanding talents of Divine Phoenix Island just because of some hatred, then it could only be said that he had lost all rationale and had descended into madness. Mu Chihua, are you crazy? You want to rebel against the sect? Mu Qingyi's heart burned with anger. Her eyes blazed as she glared at Mu Chihua, wishing she could cut him to bits and pieces. Rebel against the sect? No, of course not. Mu Chihua shook his head. This old man's bloodline lies within Divine Phoenix Island, so why would this old man rebel against the sect? No, I only wish to take back those things that belong to me. What belongs to you? Power, status, authority, cultivation methods. As Mu Chihua spoke to her, his eyes flashed with thick hatred. He had been excluded from the 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. How could he not hate? Mu Qingyi, I only wish for Lin Ming to die and do not want to harm you. If you step back, I will let you leave here. Dream on. Mu Qingyi flourished her long sword, her eyes decisive. Humph. It looks as if you no longer care about your life. Mu Chihua's eyes turned to the others. And you? Do you wish to die too? There was no need to mention the Mu sisters' decision. As for the 7th elder and the 9th elder, they did not respond. They only took out long swords from their spatial rings and quietly stood in front of Lin Ming. Their intent was already obvious. If this was the battle from before against the South Sea Demon region, then perhaps they would waver in their decision. However, during that battle, Lin Ming had eaten a scarlet blood pill and had fought a bloody battle with courage in order to turn the tide. On the other hand, Mu Chihua and Mu Yanjue had run away at a crucial moment. Then, a few days later, they had actually looked for Lei Jingtian to deal with them. If they surrendered to the enemy and betrayed their morals here, they might as well not be human. Hehe, well then, I have nothing else to say. I don't want to hurt you, but swords are blind. Mu Chihua took out his long sword. If it were possible, he had hoped that Lei Jingtian would have been able to use his disenchanting dreamlight to force them into unconsciousness, but unfortunately they were too strong. The only path left now was a battle. Mu Qingshu savagely smiled. Lin Ming, this time you will die. Lei Jingtian, Great Elder, and my grandfather are also here. With the 3 of them together, I wonder just how your ragtag group of useless trash will be able to stop them. Lin Ming, rest assured that I will not kill you. I will cripple your martial artists and have you suffer a life worse than death. I will take care of senior apprentice sister Mu for you, and have you watch with wide eyes as I play with her. Mu Qingshu spoke in a true essence sound transmission so only Lin Ming could hear. Although Lin Ming had always thought of Mu Qingshu as an idiot, he was right about one thing. There was no way that his group would be able to stop the combined effort of Lei Jingtian and Mu Qihua. Not to mention that Lin Ming could not eat a scarlet blood pill, but even if he did eat a scarlet blood pill while simultaneously opening the heretical god force and burning the blood of the ancient phoenix, he would still be suppressed by Lei Jingtian. Not just that, but he would only be able to last around 30 breaths of time. No matter what he did, he would lose. That was just Lei Jingtian. With Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjue tacked on, there was absolutely no chance of victory. Lin Ming's expression was solemn. If this was so, there was only one way. His hand moved, and a plain ancient jade talisman appeared in his palm. Lin Ming lightly moved his lips, sending a true essence sound transmission to Mu Qianyu. Has Master Ancestor given you an escape symbol? Escape symbol? What's that? Mu Qianyu was stunned. As Lin Ming heard Mu Qianyu's surprised words, his heart suddenly sank. When Lin Ming had first gone to the South Sea battlefield, Mu Fengxian had given Lin Ming 3 pills, and also a silk bag. The 3 pills were 2 young reversion pills and a single scarlet blood pill. But in the silk bag was an escape symbol. After it was used, it would teleport the user several hundred miles away. This extremely precious talisman was discovered by Mu Fengxian in some ancient ruins. It was no exaggeration to say that this talisman was another life. Lin Ming had thought that Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun might have their own. But he didn't think that he would be the only one. This was bad. Lin Ming's palms oozed with sweat as he held the jade talisman in his hands. He did not dare to leave Mu Qianyu here while escaping on his own. Chapter 479, Wait for me there. Chapter 479, Wait for me there. Lin Ming knew that Mu Qihua and Lei Jingtian had come specifically for him. If he left Mu Qingyi or the other elders here and ran away, nothing would happen to them. But Mu Qianyu was different. Mu Qingshu desired Mu Qianyu as well as her vermilion bird bloodline, and had been drooling over it for a long time. With Lei Jingtian here, there was nothing that Mu Qianyu could do to resist him. As for Mu Qingshu, he was an extremely depraved individual that was capable of any despicable action imaginable. Lin Ming did not dare to imagine the consequences that would happen if he left Mu Qianyu here and escaped by himself. If that happened, then even if he escaped and reached the revolving core realm in the future, it would be a tragedy that could never be recovered from even if he tore Mu Qingshu into pieces. As Lin Ming felt the escape symbol in his hand, his mind rapidly raced and his forehead was already wet with sweat. He knew that this escape symbol was precious, but he didn't think that it was precious to the point that even Mu Qianyu wouldn't have one. Before this, Mu Fengxian must have thought that Mu Qianyu would never be any fatal danger. She never imagined that Mu Qihua would have ignored the bloodstain contract and rebelled against the sect. As Lei Jingtian held the thunder light sword in his hand, a hazy purple electric light spun around the blade, like an ephemeral dream. This unique disenchanting dream light was like thunder and also light. It was elusive and confounding. They didn't even need Mu Qihua, just Lei Jingtian was enough to deal with everyone present. Hehe, Lin Ming, I want to see just what tricks you have up your sleeve this time, Mu Qingshu disdainfully said as he sneered. However, he hadn't started speaking again before the silent Lin Ming suddenly shot out. As the blood of the ancient phoenix shined with a dazzling red glow between his eyebrows, the heretical god force also erupted. Atop the great desolate blood halberd, the crimson blood seals rapidly spiraled around. In that instant, Lin Ming had used every card in his hand. His strength shot to its highest point. Prime Val halberd strike. 15 blood-drinking seals twisted, forming a giant vortex. Lin Ming's sudden action caused Mu Qingshu's complexion to instantly changed. His original crazy grin had frozen in place. Mu Qingshu immediately felt a formidable pulling force working on him, and he couldn't help but be caught up in the suction force. Mu Qingshu realized that Lin Ming knew he had no hope of escaping, so he would eliminate him before he died. Grandfather, save me. Mu Qingshu was greatly shocked. In front of Lin Ming, he simply didn't have the ability to defend. He did not want to die. He was just about to see Lin Ming die and obtain Mu Qianyu. If he died here, he would have nothing at all. Humph, how naive. Lei Jingtian waved his palm, and a normal-looking purple thunder that seemed like electricity and light instantly launched into the crimson vortex. Bang! As soon as the attacks struck each other, the crimson vortex violently burst apart. The 15 blood-drinking seals were blasted in all directions. Lin Ming coughed and flew backwards, soaring dozens of feet until he smashed into the ground. He had tried to instantly kill Mu Qingshu to save himself from future troubles, but Lin Ming's plan had failed. His strength wasn't at its peak condition. Compared to Lei Jingtian, the strength difference between the two at this moment was just too great. Haha. You idiot. You want to hurt me? Dream on. Mu Qingshu contemptuously laughed. Seeing Lin Ming in this state, his thoughts were smoother and his inner energy felt better. His entire body was incomparably comfortable. Lin Ming. Mu Qianyu's eyes blazed as she rushed towards Lin Ming's side. Lin Ming, are you all right? I'm fine. In fact, Lin Ming hadn't been wounded. He looked deeply into Mu Qianyu's eyes and said with a true essence sound transmission, "Wait for me at the entrance to the bloody wilderness." What? Mu Qianyu paused. She didn't know why Lin Ming would suddenly say this. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with determination. He clenched the escape symbol in his hand, spoke the incantation, and then pressed it into Mu Qianyu's hand. Millimeter, this is. Mu Qianyu felt something cool slip into her hand. Before she could react, a dim light emerged from her palm. Mu Qianyu's heart suddenly surged with a discomforting restlessness. Lin Ming, you. Wait for me there. These simple words were firm, confident, and filled with the air of one unafraid of death. As they fell into Mu Qianyu's ears, every word sunk into her being. In that moment, the sound of countless thunderclaps exploded in Mu Qianyu's ear, and a deep, agonizing, and inexplicable pain filled her heart. As these words echoed in her mind, they began to distort, as if sound itself was being endlessly stretched out. In that moment, Mu Qianyu felt as if she had lost something important. The faint restlessness in her heart became stronger and stronger. Mu Qianyu's eyes widened as her body was suddenly surrounded by a strange energy. Lin Ming's features blurred as they faded into an infinite expanse of space, going farther and farther away. Lin Ming! Mu Qianyu cried out. She reached out to grab Lin Ming, but at this time, all sounds and all sights instantly vanished into the horizon. Damn! What trick is this? Mu Qingshu could only watch helplessly as Mu Qianyu was covered by a hazy white light, instantly disappearing. He could not believe this had happened, and he could also not accept that this had happened. Mu Qianyu had been sent off by Lin Ming. If Mu Qianyu disappeared, then how would he give vent to this rage in his heart? Lin Ming, I will kill you. Mu Qingshu cried out, his eyes turning mad. Mu Qihua's complexion was also ugly. He was able to recognize that what Lin Ming had just used was Mu Fengxian's escape symbol. It's a bit troubling for that girl to escape. Brother Lei, let's not delay any further and kill Lin Ming. Then we can look for Mu Qianyu. It wouldn't be good if that girl managed to get a message back to Divine Phoenix Island. Hee, all right. Lei Jingtian smiled with indifference. Whether or not news of this matter returned to Divine Phoenix Island, it would not impact him. In truth, all he wanted to do was kill Lin Ming and obtain the ancient devil art techniques in his spatial ring, as well as his purple comet spear and 2 thunder souls. In addition, what was most important was that Lei Jingtian wanted to know just how Lin Ming had managed to fuse 2 thunder souls into one. If he could also achieve this feat, then it would be of great advantage to him. The reason that Lei Jingtian was willing to come and kill Lin Ming was first because of the old hatred between them, and second because Mu Qihua had promised that as long as he killed Lin Ming, all of the secrets, cultivation method manuals, and other treasures that Lin Ming had would belong to him. Just as long as Mu Qihua was able to keep Lin Ming's corpse. This boy is too emotional, he cares about this sort of sentimental love too much. He gave a woman his only chances to escape. What an idiot. Lei Jingtian laughed. In his opinion, this sort of self-sacrificing action was for the stupid. Mu Qingyi had watched from the side and witnessed the entire process. Lin Ming had given his chance to escape to Mu Qianyu. This action caused her heart to ache with pain. Lin Ming, hurry up and run, we will hold him off. As Mu Qingyi spoke, a chilling sword light covered her as she slashed her sword at Lei Jingtian. Fragmented ice cloud. Humph. You think you are qualified? Without waiting for Lei Jingtian, Mu Qihua stepped forwards and shot out his palm. Without even needing his sword, a brilliant inferno of roaring flames suddenly shot out, cracking the ice crystals and then directly pulverizing them. Meanwhile, Mu Yanjue stopped Mu Bingyun, and Lei Jingtian attacked Lin Ming. The sound of rolling thunder filled the air. It mixed with a shining dreamlike light, turning into a thick purple beam that pierced towards Lin Ming. Bang! The beam of light penetrated through the earth, causing rocks to scatter into the air. Lin Ming jumped back, avoiding the frontal attack. However, he was still injured by the shockwaves. As that endless purple light touched Lin Ming's body, it was like countless steel needles had pierced his spiritual sea. Lin Ming's body suddenly trembled. Cha. In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, that purple light fell like rain. In that critical moment, the massive black vortex of the samsara martial intent appeared, blocking the attack of the purple rain. That endless purple light was twisted into the swirling black vortex and disappeared without a trace. Heh! Lei Jingtian sneered, but then the smile froze on his face. What? He's fine even after taking the attack of my disenchanting dreamlight? Lei Jingtian did not believe that a mere Hutian realm martial artist was able to defend against his disenchanting dreamlight. How could this be possible? You want to run away? Think again. When Lei Jingtian saw that Lin Ming wanted to run away, he coldly snorted and shot forward. With Lei Jingtian's formidable strength, he was able to overcome the suppressive laws of this world to a certain extent and fly. With a speed 2 or 3 times faster than Lin Ming's, he chased after him. Damn! Lin Ming grit his teeth and galvanized golden rock, shattering the void to the limit, shooting forwards like a bolt of lightning. But no matter how amazing golden rock shattering the void was, Lin Ming's attainments were limited to a general understanding of the concept of wind. He hadn't even yet crossed into the concept of space, so how could his speed compare to the late revolving core master Lei Jingtian? In just a few blinks of the eye, Lin Ming was overtaken by Lei Jingtian. Die! Lei Jingtian pressed down his palm at Lin Ming. The might of the palm strike was followed by billowing thunder. The space around Lin Ming seemed to tense up, as if completely locking him within. This palm strike was one that Lei Jingtian had used with his full and complete strength. Even if Lei Jingtian's true essence were suppressed to 20%, it still wasn't something that Lin Ming would be able to stop. Lei Jingtian wanted to kill Lin Ming with a single palm. He had originally thought of capturing Lin Ming, but after being surprised by Lin Ming's burst of strength again and again, he had changed his mind. This palm strike was unavoidable. It pressed down with overwhelming strength. At that moment, the specter of death was rapidly closing in. Lin Ming gave a loud shot, and his pupils filled with crimson light like they were ponds of blood. Blood-drinking seal, explode. Bang! Atop the great desolate blood halberd, a blood-drinking seal formed from an early revolving core master exploded and a crimson light emanated outwards. The explosion from the blood-drinking seal formed from a revolving core master was able to defend against Lei Jingtian's palm strike. However, Lin Ming was still struck by the wind of the palm, and his body flew back like a leaf caught in a brutal storm. As Lin Ming vomited out a mouthful of blood, his face had whitened to the point of being terrifying. What? Lei Jingtian was shocked. He absolutely didn't think that Lin Ming would be able to defend against a strike that he had placed his full force behind. This boy, just how strong is his soul defense? Every time I attack, it is combined with a soul attack. Not to mention a Hutian martial artist, but even an early revolving core martial artist would fall unconscious if struck by my soul attack. The difference in their cultivation was simply too great, and the soul defense capabilities of the samsara martial intent were not invincible. At this time, Lin Ming had a splitting headache, and his thoughts were in a disorganized mess. Even the path in front of him seemed to blur. At that moment in his mind, a sense of primal desperation began to wash through him. I cannot die here. Lin Ming bit down on the tip of his tongue, spraying out blood essence. Since he could not take another scarlet blood pill, the action that Lin Ming had taken was to combust his own blood essence. Chapter 480 I Will Walk My Life With You. Chapter 480 I Will Walk My Life With You. Chapter 480 I Will Walk My Life With You. As Lin Ming burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix, he also ignited his own blood essence. If the blood of the ancient phoenix was burnt, it would never fade away. However, once he combusted his own blood essence, it would disappear. Blood essence was extremely difficult to recover. But that didn't mean there weren't ways to replenish it. For instance, Divine Phoenix Island had a method of making up blood essence by transplanting the blood essence of the vermilion bird. Once blood essence was burnt, Lin Ming could find some way to restore it. However, if he lost his life, there was no going back. After combusting his blood essence, the flame mark between Lin Ming's eyes began to shine with an ever-brightening incandescence. Even though Lin Ming burnt a bit of his blood essence in exchange of power, the effect of this was much weaker than when he had swallowed the scarlet blood pill. Not to mention that it was weak, but even if he had attained power equal to that of taking a scarlet blood pill, at most he would be able to defeat a middle revolving core master. It was simply impossible for him to defeat Lei Jingtian. And now, Lin Ming's heretical god force only had around 20 breaths of time before it vanished. To kill Lei Jingtian in this brief period of time was nothing but a dream. As Lin Ming borrowed the power of his blood essence, his speed rose once again. He shot away like a flash of lightning. This boy. Lei Jingtian's face darkened, becoming increasingly gloomy. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to run away. With Lin Ming's mere late Hutian cultivation, there were an entire 2 great boundaries that separated them. If he could truly escape from the reach of his hand, then that would truly surprise Lei Jingtian. I wonder what sort of special ability he has to avoid the suppressive laws of this world. If I can obtain that, then I might have a chance to go to the demon god Imperial Palace and fight for the treasures there. Lei Jingtian's mind raced, but his steps never paused. He flew high into the sky, and in just a few breaths of time he closed the gap with Lin Ming. During this time, he had taken out the Thunder Light Sword. I'll slice off your legs. Lei Jingtian grinned like a madman, cutting his sword towards Lin Ming's legs. Without looking, Lin Ming suddenly swept the great desolate blood halberd backwards. Blood seal twisting murder. Catcher. The great desolate blood halberd and the Thunder Light Sword collided. Blood and thunder splashed out. By relying on the power from combusting his blood essence, Lin Ming was able to withstand this attack. What? Lei Jingtian stared with wide eyes. Lin Ming was just too terrifying an existence. Even though his cultivation was only at the late Hutian realm, he had managed to keep off his attack by only combusting his blood essence. If he was allowed to step into the revolving core realm, what would happen then? However, Lei Jingtian knew that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to last much longer in this state. If he could just delay a bit longer, then everything would be easy. Lightning cage. The Thunder Light Sword shook, and a vast twinkling electric purple net came falling down. That net seemed to isolate space, enveloping Lin Ming. As Lin Ming saw the electric net coming down on him, he clenched his teeth and released the complete potential of his body. All of his will was poured into the great desolate blood halberd. Carnage. Bang. With the sound of deafening thunder, Lei Jingtian's lightning net was torn apart. Lei Jingtian felt a tightness in his chest and was forced several steps back, the blood in his body tumbling. As for Lin Ming, he borrowed the force of the explosion and rushed away. In the last moment, he was able to use this force to momentarily escape from the suppressive laws of this world, flying into the sky. And in front of Lin Ming was the altar of the illusionary killing array that disciples of the demon god Imperial Palace had used to practice. What? His flying. Lei Jingtian's complexion changed. This proved that at this moment, Lin Ming's strength was approaching that of a late revolving core powerhouse. This boy, he cannot be allowed to leave. Lei Jingtian grit his teeth and raised his sword high, the true essence of his body revolving to the limit. Thunder began to flash between his eyebrows, and his body emitted billowing claps of thunder. A thunderstorm sounded out like tigers and dragons roaring together. The lightning surrounding the Thunder Light Sword grew, becoming increasingly terrifying. The heaven and earth thunder origin energy was completely sucked into this thunderstorm. Even under the suppressive laws, it was still able to change the color of the world. This was Lei Jingtian's strongest move, heavenly thunder suppression. It was the move that contained the strongest energy as well as the strongest spiritual attack. Even if a late revolving core master were to resist it, they would still be wounded. Before now, he had never dreamed that one day he would have to use this move on a Hutian realm martial artist. Die. The thunderstorm shot towards Lin Ming with a terrifying speed. But as Lin Ming stood there on the altar, all of his perception was completely focused on the altar as he distributed the 30 medium-grade true essence stones and 6 high-grade true essence stones onto the altar array. Illusionary killing array, open. Lin Ming had already seen through the principles behind this illusionary killing array. Now, this illusionary killing array was his only resort. Otherwise, even if he combusted his blood essence, he would only be able to attain strength equal to a middle revolving core master. How could he possibly fight the late revolving core Lei Jingtian? If he fought, the one to die first would be him. On the altar, the ancient runes began to glow with a dazzling crimson color. After Lin Ming crazily poured his true essence into them, they began to shine with a bright light all around, hitting Lei Jingtian's thunderstorm. Bang! A terrifying explosion shook the ground and a purple beam of lightning shot into the sky. Even Lei Jingtian was forced to retreat by the shockwaves. When the storm finally subsided, Lei Jingtian was completely shocked. In his eyes, he could see a faint creamy barrier covering the altar, like an incomparably fragile soap bubble. But even that horrifying explosion from a moment ago hadn't been able to move it a single inch. This is. Lei Jingtian didn't dare to believe his own eyes. This was an ancient array formation. Was this array formation started by Lin Ming? Lin Ming had a way to start an ancient array formation? Lei Jingtian was stunned. How could Lin Ming have possibly studied ancient array formations? Even if he did, he wasn't even 20 years old yet, so how could he possibly understand the complex and profound principles behind these ancient array formations? This boy. Lei Jingtian's grip on his sword tightened until his knuckles paled. In this situation, Lin Ming had actually been able to escape. He could not accept this. This was unbelievable. Lei Jingtian coldly snorted and said, "The ancient array formation is indeed formidable, but it also needs to consume energy. This old man won't believe that the ancient array formation can last forever. I will attack until all of its energy is exhausted." Atop the endless bloody wilderness, Mu Chenyu stood there in her red dress, dazed. All around her were endless blood-red plains. As she stood there alone, the desolate feeling that surrounded her was amplified. The hot wind blew against Mu Chenyu's clothes and face, drying her tears. But she still felt cold inside. At this moment, the image that flashed repeatedly in Mu Chenyu's mind was that of Lin Ming's blurry face. At this moment, she finally understood why Lin Ming had asked her about an escape symbol, and as for this escape symbol, there had only been one. And Lin Ming had given it to her. Then what about him? Facing the late revolving core Lei Jingtian, Mu Chenyu couldn't think of any way that Lin Ming could win. There wasn't even a way for him to escape. The difference between a late revolving core master and a middle revolving core master was enormous. And even if Lin Ming had swallowed a scarlet blood pill in his top condition, he would only be able to fight a middle revolving core master. And now, Lin Ming didn't even have a second scarlet blood pill to eat. If he did eat one, he would die. "Wait for me there." These simple words reverberated in Mu Chenyu's ears. His words had been filled with a decisive resolution that faced death without fear. Every word had been like a thunderclap, and every word had been etched onto her heart with blood. She would never be able to forget these words in her lifetime. "You asked me to wait for you here. I'm here. But will you come?" Mu Chenyu felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She bit her lips until blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. As the wind blew against the creamy white skin of her face, she was like a snow plum in full bloom. If it had been possible, she would have rather burned all of the blood in her body and died together in battle with Lin Ming. However, that hadn't happened. Her safely standing there might be at the cost of Lin Ming's life. As Mu Chenyu thought of this, Her chest tightened with pain, making it hard for her to breathe. It was like someone had torn the heart out of her body and left her chest empty. Before now, when Lin Ming had gone into the divine phoenix mystic realm, Mu Qianyu had also thought that Lin Ming had died, and she had grieved for him. But it wasn't like today. She was sad to the point of collapse, to the point where she couldn't shed another tear, to the point where she didn't want to live any longer. Unconsciously, in Mu Qianyu's mind, Lin Ming had already occupied an important position, one that Mu Qianyu herself hadn't noticed. "I'll wait for you here. If you do not come, then I will leave this place. In the future, I will kill every person that harmed you. Then, I will return here, and spend the rest of my life accompanying you." Within the pavilion ruins, the light of thunder and fire blazed into the sky. Mu Qihua, Mu Yanzhua, Lei Jingtian, and even Mu Qingshu were desperately attacking the altar formation's barrier. However, that barrier of light stood motionless, not even shaking, as if it were mocking their incompetence. "What do we do?" Mu Yanzhua's forehead was dripping sweat. In this gamble, there were two absolute conditions that he had to complete. The first one was to kill Lin Ming, and the second was to return to Divine Phoenix Island before Mu Fengxian did. But now, Lin Ming had entered into this strange array formation, out of reach. If he couldn't kill Lin Ming, then all of the plans they had made, including those of evading the bloodstain contract, became nothing but a dream. "Don't panic." Mu Qihua coldly snorted. "An array formation must consume energy. Once we consume its energy, we will find Lin Ming inside. There is nowhere else that he can go. As long as we can kill Lin Ming, it will be our victory. Stepping back, even in the worst-case situation, we just have to give up our cultivation method." When Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang entered this broken world, they had been aware of the dangers and had left the jade slip with the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle at Divine Phoenix Island. Mu Qihua's original plan was to kill Lin Ming, and then after completing his plan, he would head back to Divine Phoenix Island and steal away the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle jade slip. But now, it seemed like he might have to give up his plans on that. But if he could still complete the first task of killing Lin Ming, then it wouldn't be too terrible. "I know." Mu Yanzhua forced himself to calm down. There was no point in panicking at this time. There was no longer time to regret. There was no other path he could take out of this. All he could do was fight. At Mu Yanzhua's side, Mu Qingshu clenched his teeth and desperately attacked, as if he wasn't hitting the array formation's barrier but rather Lin Ming himself. He was completely venting the grievances that had accumulated for these past 2 years. "This is all because of him, it's because of him again and again. After I break this barrier, I will torture you until you beg for death." Chapter 481 The Desperation of Mu Qingyi. Chapter 481 The Desperation of Mu Qingyi. Chapter 481 The Desperation of Mu Qingyi. Hong hong hong. Fire and thunder constantly smashed into the protective barrier. However, the glowing curtain of light was entirely unmoved. Not to mention that it wasn't close to breaking, but the light it gave off didn't even dim a bit. In this broken world where the power of true essence was suppressed by the governing laws, Mu Qihua's power of fire and Lei Jingtian's power of thunder were extremely limited. As they attacked the defensive light barrier, there was simply no effect. After a quarter of an hour passed, they still hadn't made any progress. Mu Qingshu had lost his breath, panting. "You, come and help attack." Mu Qingshu pointed at Mu Qingyi and ordered. After Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu had left, Mu Qingyi and the rest was simply not Lei Jingtian's match. Quickly, they were all paralyzed by Lei Jingtian's cultivation and locked into a cage of lightning. At this time, Mu Qingyi's dantian was sealed by a thunder mark. She was unable to revolve any of her true essence. As Mu Qingyi heard such a stupid command from Mu Qingshu, she looked at him like he was an idiot. She sneered and said, "Are you stupid? You think that I would help you break through the defensive barrier? Those are the words of an idiot. Dream on. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Kill." Mu Qingshu laughed. "I know that you aren't afraid to die, but I'm also not planning on killing you. Your old life might still be useful in the future. But, if you don't help attack, then, hey." As Mu Qingshu spoke, His eyes turned to Mu Bingyun and he lasciviously licked his lips. What a young beautiful woman, you look entirely like your big sister. Even if I can't have her, taking you might make up for a bit of my regret. Mu Bingyun's complexion instantly changed, and a chilling murderous intent passed through her eyes. Beside Mu Bingyun, the other lower disciples were filled with outrage as they heard Mu Qingshu say this. You beast. Mu Qingyi was angry to the point of spitting blood. Mu Qingshu actually dared to face so many disciples and say such an outrageous thing as violating a saintess. Qingshu, don't mess around right now. First kill Lin Ming and then speak. Not just that, but if we return to Divine Phoenix Island in the future, you have to watch yourself and don't overstep your boundaries. Mu Yanzhua frowned and sent a true essence sound transmission to Mu Qingshu. If it was Mu Qianyu, then it was different. In the past, he had tried to hurry Mu Qingshu's engagement to Mu Qianyu because her vermilion bird bloodline was useful to his grandson. But now, his desire towards Mu Bingyun was purely for his own lust. The bloodline of the Blue Luan was useless to Mu Qingshu. However, Mu Qingshu ignored Mu Yanzhua and greedily stared at Mu Bingyun. His eyes were barbaric and filled with a violent aggression. As he looked at Mu Bingyun, his heart stirred. Mu Bingyun was frosty like an icy cloud, but she was still an otherworldly beauty. As he thought about it more and more, even if he didn't have Mu Qianyu, it would still be an extremely pleasurable thing to be able to ravage Mu Bingyun, who looked exactly like Mu Qianyu, under him. Mu Bingyun's expression turned cold. Her right hand turned, revealing a shining dagger. You want to commit suicide? You can try, but with your true essence sealed away, we'll have to see if you or I are faster. Mu Qingshu smiled as he stepped forwards. It was true that in a situation where her true essence was sealed away, Mu Qingshu was absolutely faster than Mu Bingyun if she tried to kill herself. Not just that, but a knife wound wouldn't immediately kill her. He could also heal her with medicines. Mu Qingshu, you are even worse than an animal. Mu Qingyi insulted Mu Qingshu and then aimed her palm at his face. However, Mu Qingshu easily dodged the palm and kicked out, striking against Mu Qingyi's stomach. Mu Qingyi gave a pitiful cough and fell backwards. Humph, you're just looking to die. Mu Qingshu coldly snorted, looking at her with disdain as he stepped forwards again. The lower-level disciples were all forced back by Mu Qingshu. As he saw the panic in the eyes of these lower-level disciples, as well as Mu Bingyun's reaction, he felt the pleasant sensation of revenge, as if he were venting all the indignation he had suffered for the past year. Mu Bingyun held her dagger, the killing intent becoming increasingly rich as she glared at Mu Qingshu. But Mu Qingshu appeared completely indifferent. He kept stepping towards Mu Bingyun and said, "A rose really does have thorns. I truly love your eyes. Even though your true essence has been completely sealed, your eyes still scream out that they want to kill me. How scary." Here. If you have to blame someone, then blame Lin Ming. He was the one who forced us to this point, making us resort to this plan. If he didn't send off Mu Qianyu, then my thoughts wouldn't be interrupted and I wouldn't start thinking of you. Ah, Lin Ming is really cruel to leave you here, otherwise, he would have helped you escape. As Mu Qingshu spoke, he already closed in to just a few dozen steps away from Mu Bingyun. But at this time, Mu Qingyi's eyes flashed with an agonizing pain. She miserably said, "Stop. I promise I will help you." "What?" "I will help you attack the array formation together, so stop." Mu Qingyi bit her lips. To her, Mu Bingyun was no different than her granddaughter. She could not idly watch as Mu Bingyun was ruined. "Qingshu, come back and stop messing around. We have to consider the greater plan and kill Lin Ming. Otherwise, there is no way we will live." Mu Qihua naturally took the matter of killing Lin Ming as his top priority. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to break free of the bloodstain contract and their bloodline and cultivation would all melt away within half a year. If he had Mu Qingyi's help, breaking through this barrier would be much faster. Damn old fool, he's really ruining my fun times. Mu Qingshu cursed in his heart. He dared not to disobey Mu Chihua's orders. Lei Jingtian stepped forwards and wrapped a rope of thunder around Mu Bingyun, completely sealing her movements. He didn't want her to kill herself somehow. Then, he undid the cultivation seal he placed on Mu Qingyi. Mu Qingyi grit her teeth and joined them in breaking through the defensive barrier. As for what Mu Qingshu would do to Mu Bingyun after the barrier was broken and Lin Ming was killed, she dared not imagine the possibilities. She had no choice, she simply could not watch as Mu Bingyun was ruined like this. The only hope they had of being rescued was if she managed to drag this on. Old bag, I advise you not to try any tricks. It will be clear to this old man just how much of your strength you are using. Lei Jingtian coldly snorted. Mu Qingyi felt like a knife twisted into her heart. At this time, she had no choice but to go forth with all her effort and pray that the array formation barrier was strong enough that an extra early revolving core martial artist wouldn't be enough to shatter it. Lin Ming, please forgive me. This time I have to be selfish. As Mu Qihua, Lei Jingtian, and the rest of them madly attacked the illusionary killing array, Lin Ming was actually calmly standing within the array, his heart like a lake of placid water. In front of Lin Ming, a massive shadow appeared, trembling like a splash of water. It slowly turned solid until it formed into a 10-foot-tall giant demon. It held a great axe in its hand, and its body was twined in thick chains. Its cultivation was at the early revolving core realm. In the past, this illusionary killing array was where the disciples of the demon god Imperial Palace would practice. It was similar to the 7 Profound Valleys 10,000 killing array where everything that appeared within were phantoms. Although it was similar to a real fight, one would not die. Once one experienced the illusion of being killed, one would be expelled from the illusionary killing array. In his present state, Lin Ming could easily defeat this early revolving core giant demon. But, after this giant demon was slain, a stronger enemy would appear. Lin Ming could defeat 4 or 5 enemies in a row at most before he was sent out of the protection of array formation. When that happened, the consequences could be imagined. Lin Ming closed his eyes in concentration, removing all distractions and illusions. He carefully followed the memories of how to break through the array formation, and gradually, step by step, moved forwards. His goal here was not to practice by killing enemies. Rather, his goal was to break through the illusionary killing array to reach the nearby transmission array. This transmission array was able to reach the center of this broken world. But, from the transmission array at the center, one could go to every nook and cranny of this broken world, one could even go directly to the demon god Imperial Palace. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Lin Ming had stood here and thought of using the transmission array to head to the demon god Imperial Palace. He had hesitated, and finally decided to give up. After all, it was just too difficult to think of competing for the Nirvana Dragon route against a bunch of old life destruction masters. But he didn't think that in this short period of time, he would actually be forced into this position. It seemed that the demon god Imperial Palace had become Lin Ming's only path out of this madness. Roar! The giant demon illusion howled, lifted its great axe and rushed at Lin Ming. But Lin Ming only backed up 1 step and took 3 steps to the left. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed, and the giant demon illusion suddenly disappeared. Step by step, Lin Ming closed in on the transmission array. The fading image of Mu Qianyu echoed in his mind along with Mu Qingshu's dark and dastardly smile. Lin Ming's mood was actually calm throughout all of this. This was only the quietness of blood. It was a repressed, silent killing intent in his heart that was waiting to erupt. The transmission array was here. The Disciple Court illusionary killing array was an important building to the demon god Imperial Palace. Naturally, it would be connected via transmission array to the center hub in order to better facilitate communication between the demon god Imperial Palace disciples. Otherwise, within the demon god Imperial Palace's world that spanned thousands of miles and also had laws that limited flying, it would be extremely inconvenient to communicate. Lin Ming placed 2 medium-grade true essence stones on the transmission array and started it according to the principles behind it in his memory. A faint white light covered Lin Ming. He felt space warping around him, his surroundings blurring. In the central zone of this broken world, a 100-foot-wide altar was floating, suspended in the air. This stone altar had all sorts of symbols and runes engraved into it. These were all ancient array patterns. Around this large stone altar, 10 more smaller stone altars floated. All of these stone altars were wrapped in a layer of pale white light, It exuded a serene and mysterious feeling. In the next moment, a dim light shined atop the stone altar. The figure of a blooded youth appeared on the stone altar. This youth was Lin Ming. This single transmission had crossed hundreds of miles. Lin Ming used the great desolate blood halberd as support to stand up, and then nearly fell over again as a dizzy spell passed over him. He was currently in a very poor state. He swiped his spatial ring and took out the second yang reversion pill that Mu Fengxian had given him, swallowed it, and then sat down in meditation. He didn't worry that Mu Chihua would find him through this transmission array. For this sort of transmission array, it was impossible to activate it unless one understood the principles behind it. As Lin Ming escaped from the illusionary killing array, a crazy plan had already formed in his mind. Chapter 482 Crazy Plan. Chapter 482 Crazy Plan. Chapter 482 Crazy Plan. If Lin Ming hadn't run across Mu Chihua, then he would have just stayed outside of Demon God Imperial Palace's inner quarters, looking for some lucky chances on the sidelines and then safely leaving this broken world. But now, he was forced by Mu Chihua onto this dangerous path, and a crazy thought of entering the Demon God Imperial Palace was born in his mind. Planning on challenging a group of life-destruction supreme elders that could exterminate him with a turn of their hand was undoubtedly an incomparably crazy plan. Running into the tiger's mouth wasn't even enough to describe the audacity of this idea. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming wasn't naive enough to expect that the Demon God Imperial Palace would suppress the cultivation of these life-destruction supreme elders to less than 1% so that he could freely kill them. If he had an advantage, then that would only be his understanding of ancient array formations from the realm of the gods. But what was inside the Demon God Imperial Palace? What was the internal layout like? Were there secret passages somewhere? Where was the Nirvana Dragon route? Lin Ming was completely unsure of any of these things. The fragmented memories he obtained were too incomplete, he simply couldn't remember. At this time, this so-called advantage that Lin Ming had was marginal. Entering into the Demon God Imperial Palace in this state to compete for the Nirvana Dragon route was no different from suicide. However, the moment that Lin Ming entered into the illusionary killing array, he suddenly realized that he had missed a very important thing. Lin Ming swiped his spatial ring and took out a corpse. This was the corpse of the South Sea Demon region's early revolving core powerhouse. After entering into this broken world, Lin Ming had killed a total of 4 revolving core masters. The first was when he had been walking in the bloody wilderness. Lian Jie was a revolving core master who was trying to use some blood ghost flowers as bait and wait for others to step into his trap. Because of this plan, Lian Jie had tried to kill him and Mu Chenyu, with the end result being that this revolving core master was directly killed by Lin Ming, and all of his blood essence was used to refine a blood-drinking seal. The second to the fourth had been during the brutal battle between him and the South Sea Demon region. He had killed 3 revolving core supreme elders, and even slayed the middle revolving core master Lian Cheng. The first 2 were used by Lin Ming to help refine his 14th and 15th blood-drinking seal. As for the last revolving core powerhouse, Lin Ming had killed him when the South Sea Demon region had begun retreating, so Lin Ming had instead put his body away in his spatial ring. That revolving core powerhouse was this corpse. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He flicked his finger and a red arc of lightning submerged into this revolving core master's corpse, quickly pulling out all his blood essence. Then, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder flew back towards Lin Ming and pierced towards Lin Ming's heart like a small red serpent. The blood essence was released, and was greedily absorbed by the magic cube. Then, a familiar trembling feeling transmitted through Lin Ming's spiritual sea once again. Lin Ming was already expecting this. He closed both his eyes and fortified his mind. In the next moment, all of his perception and consciousness was sucked into the magic cube. As Lin Ming opened his eyes again, his consciousness had already arrived at a vast and boundless space. He was floating in a completely jet-black space surrounded by twinkling lights. This was the space within the magic cube that he was familiar with. As thick clouds of fog fluttered around, the central spinning sphere of light became partially visible. It had not changed in the least. After using the blood essence of a Xiantian master, Lin Ming had once again opened the magic cube space with the blood essence of a revolving core master. This was the fourth time that Lin Ming had come into the space of the magic cube. Within this space, there were countless memories floating around like treasures. However, these things could not immediately translate into combat strength. It was impossible for Lin Ming to swallow a soul fragment, increase his strength, and return to defeat Lei Jingtian. The soul fragments shimmered in the pale mist like dazzling stars. Lin Ming released his perception, carefully feeling the faint energy of these fragments. A wave of diamond-like soul fragments breezed by, carrying with it an incomparably gentle energy. Lin Ming let it drift past him. Then, a few glimmering shards of soul fragments came that emitted a bloody energy. Lin Ming also let them pass by. As Lin Ming felt the energy of these soul fragments, his mind was calm like still water. He stood there patiently, not moving. He didn't know how much time passed, but after a while, a pigeon egg-sized soul fragment slowly began to spin towards him. This soul fragment glowed with a red light, and it left a path of twinkling crimson lights in its wake. This is it. Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. This fragment had the same energy as the Demon Emperor. The last time Lin Ming had entered into the space within the magic cube, he had found the soul fragment of the Demon Emperor and was able to discover that Lei Mubai had a bloodline relation with the giant demon race because his body emitted the energy of the ancient devil tome. This time, he had also been able to sense the soul fragment of the Demon Emperor. In the realm of the gods, when those supreme elders' souls had been sucked into the space of the magic cube, they had been broken into many pieces. Naturally, other pieces could be found in the same area. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. He wanted to absorb this soul fragment, but he stopped himself. He marked this soul fragment and continued his search. He didn't know how long he searched, but he continued until he found a second soul fragment. This soul fragment was only the size of a fingernail. He gave up this fragment too and continued searching. Then, every time Lin Ming found a soul fragment that belonged to the Demon Emperor, he would record its position. After a long time, Lin Ming finally found over 20 soul fragments of the Demon Emperor. If these soul fragments were put together, they would nearly be the complete soul of the Demon Emperor. Of these 20 soul fragments, the largest one was the size of a baby's palm. The smallest was the size of a bean. What Lin Ming wanted from this were the memories of the demon god Imperial Palace. However, he didn't know what would be found within these soul fragments, or how many memories each contained. Thus, the biggest palm-sized one would have the greatest chances of being the one with the memories he desired. But Lin Ming had never absorbed a soul fragment as large as this baby-sized palm before. If his soul force was lacking, then he would suffer a massive backlash from the Demon Emperor's remnant consciousness and turn into an idiot. Lin Ming grit his teeth. At this point, he no longer had any other path to take. Lin Ming touched his soul force to the largest soul fragment and reached out his hand. Whoosh! The soul fragment submerged into Lin Ming's body, bringing with it a rich scent of blood. In that instant, Lin Ming's spiritual sea trembled, and all sorts of visions entered into his mind. Lakes of blood, battlefields, demons, various great wars and endless slaughtering. It seemed as if everything the Demon Emperor remembered was endless killing and endless war. Lin Ming already had experience absorbing these soul fragments. He steadfastly defended his mind, ridding his heart of all distractions. The samsara martial intense swirling black vortex appeared in his spiritual sea, completely covering his mind. In terms of soul defense, after Lin Ming had passed through the trial of 100 samsaras, it could be considered to be heaven-defying. However, as Lin Ming was resisting these visions in his mind, a sudden change occurred. Within the rush of scenes, a vicious-looking hell dog crawled out from a pond of blood and began to race towards the swirling black vortex. Ca. The demonic hell dog swiped its paws, and tore apart half of the samsara martial intense swirling black vortex. Pu. Outside the space of the magic cube, Lin Ming's true body coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning white. In that moment, Lin Ming could clearly see a grim smile on that demonic hell dog's face. Could it be? Lin Ming's hands and feet instantly went cold. He suddenly realized one possibility, and that was that this baby palm-sized soul fragment was not some ownerless soul, but had its own independent consciousness. A human soul was comprised of two parts. First, a spirit mark, and second, memories. If the spirit mark was erased, then the soul would have no owner. If the soul only had its most basic instincts, then there was nothing to fear. But this soul fragment was obviously different. Before this, Lin Ming had known that there were many dangers surrounding the absorption of these soul fragments. He had been careful before, but this time he was forced to desperation and had gambled everything on this one bet, finally bringing this calamity upon himself. Even if these soul fragments contained just a sliver of the independent consciousness of a realm of the God's supreme elder, it wasn't something that Lin Ming could defend against. Bang! The crimson hell dog attacked again, the samsara martial intense swirling black vortex directly collapse. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if a giant iron ball slammed into his head. He gave a stuffy cough and blood leaked from his nostrils. He almost fell onto the ground where he was. Lin Ming couldn't resist this pain at all. It was as if countless knives had been stabbed into his mind. This sort of pain was to the extent that a normal person would have killed themselves to relieve themselves of this suffering. The samsara martial intent was truly worthy of being a martial intent comprehended from the 7th floor of the Sorcerer Pagoda. In this situation, it even condensed once again into a swirling black vortex. The crimson hell dog revealed a disdainful sneer and then threw itself at the black vortex again. Peng! The swirling black vortex exploded into pieces once more. Lin Ming's body shook and he nearly fainted. This dog was too strong. This unstoppable force caused Lin Ming to feel despair. This was the consciousness that once belonged to a realm of the God's powerhouse. It was just a tiny sliver of surviving consciousness. Not just that, but it had undergone countless tens of thousands of years of slumber and weakening, and yet he wasn't able to resist it at all. Lin Ming clenched his blooded teeth, and his nails dug into the flesh of his palms. He had made his decision to reach the peak of martial arts, so how could he die here? Divine Demon Thunder Soul. Bang bang! Within the sky of Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder and blood extinguishing Demon Thunder appeared together. The power of thunder was the nemesis of ghosts and demons, and was the best at countering souls. Lin Ming had resorted to using the Divine Demon Steel Needle in this final life or death battle. Whoosh! The Divine Demon Steel Needle howled towards the crimson hell dog. Meanwhile, the samsara martial intense black vortex enveloped the crimson hell dog's body. Although it couldn't tear the hell dog apart, it could reduce its power. However, the crimson hell dog only contemptuously smiled. It howled, and with a simple great leap, jumped out of the swirling black vortex, smashing its paws on the Divine Demon Thunder Soul. Catcher! The Divine Demon Steel Needle that had been formed with Lin Ming's complete mind exploded into bits, dissolving into the blood-extinguishing Demon Thunder and purple flood dragon Divine Thunder before scattering to pieces. Lin Ming's body shook, and he fell to the ground, his face white like paper. Chapter 483, White Light. Chapter 483, White Light. The Divine Demon Thunder Soul scattered into pieces. But a blackened scorch mark was left behind on the hell dog's claws. This was the result of the power of thunder. After all, countless years had passed since the Demon Emperor's soul was torn apart. The power of the Demon Emperor's remnant consciousness was extremely weak. The hell dog glanced at its claws and growled, baring its fangs. This was the same anger as being bitten by an ant. Roar! The hell dog howled and rushed straight towards Lin Ming. It vowed to tear apart this little bug that had caused it pain. At this time, Lin Ming's vision was blurred as he had an agonizing headache as countless chaotic images entered into mind. He bit down on his own tongue to force himself awake from this aching pain. As he saw the blood-colored eyes of the hell dog closing in on him, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a savage color. He grit his teeth and thrust out his hand. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder and blood-extinguishing Demon Thunder that had scattered into the air suddenly converged onto his hand, forming a purple and red spear of thunder. The torn pieces of the samsara martial intent turned into countless tatters that swirled around the spear. Between Lin Ming's eyes, the flame mark ignited in dazzling brilliance. Behind Lin Ming, the twin phantoms of an azure dragon and ancient phoenix appeared. In that instant, Lin Ming had overdrawn his complete will and soul into this life-or-death attack. As the hell dog rushed towards him, it brought billowing waves of bloody wind. Lin Ming shouted out, his feet bearing down on the void. His hands gripped the purple and red thunder spear and pierced towards the jaws of the hell dog. Catcher! Under this great pressure, the spear of thunder broke apart. However, the broken thunder spear was like a thorn in the hell dog, piercing through its upper jaw and towards its brain. Awoo! The hell dog howled, falling to the ground. On top of its head, the wound from the thunder spear made kai sounds as it burned its flesh, almost etching a big hole. %@#. The hell dog spat out a line of unknown language. Its eyes were blood red as it lifted its two front paws and tried to grab the broken thunder spear in its jaws. It wanted to pull it out. Even this didn't kill it. Lin Ming ruefully smiled. His ears and nostrils were already bleeding out, and after overdrawing his soul, he no longer had the strength to resist again. He fell to his knees and his surroundings began to blur, and all sound completely disappeared as if the world was fading away from him. In his dim vision, he saw the sphere of light in the center of the void begin to emit a white mist. Then, Lin Ming completely lost consciousness. Countless visions crossed Lin Ming's mind, and his thoughts first returned to his childhood. His parents, Lin Xiaodong, Lan Yunyu, Qin Xingxuan, he vividly recalled these people one at a time, as if he was once again experiencing the trial of 100 samsaras. Then, Lin Ming felt as if he was bathed in a pleasantly warm sunlight, just like a baby in its mother's womb. He was incomparably peaceful and relaxed. As his blurry vision began to slowly clear, Lin Ming opened his eyes and found that he was still in his spiritual sea. But, the sort of aching tiredness in his mind had already disappeared. As for the hell dog, it was still howling pitifully, but this time, it seemed to be very crestfallen, its entire body torn to pieces. This is... Lin Ming was shocked. He didn't think that his spear of thunder would have this effect. As he recalled that misty white light from a moment ago, he suddenly realized something. Lin Ming withdrew his consciousness from his spiritual sea and looked over to the center of the magic cube space. There, the 1-foot-wide sphere of light was quietly floating, surrounded by countless soul fragments that endlessly rotated around it. It was this. Lin Ming carefully released his senses, feeling the space around the sphere of light. He was able to feel a faint white light that was warm and comforting. If he wasn't wrong, then this sphere of light was what had released the white mist. This sphere of light was like the spirit of the magic cube, and the magic cube seemed to have a will of its own because of this sphere of light. Ever since he had obtained the magic cube, Lin Ming had never had any communication with it. But Lin Ming was certain that the magic cube was intelligent and had a will of its own. As for that white sphere of light, Lin Ming always had a guess. All of the surrounding soul fragments that drifted around this sphere of light were from the realm of the gods' powerhouses. Their souls were torn to pieces by the magic cube and sent into this space. Then, the saintess that had controlled the magic cube also had her soul twisted into the magic cube. Could her soul be at this center point of the space? Lin Ming tried to communicate by sending out his sense, but whenever anything touched the sphere of light, it would sink in and disappear. Lin Ming finally gave up. At this time, he felt his mind stir and he returned to his spiritual sea. To his amazement and dismay, he found that the hell dog that had been torn to pieces was trying to reattach itself. So stubborn. Lin Ming was startled. This remnant soul fragment from a realm of the God's Supreme Elder was just a tiny fraction that had gone through countless years of weakening, and yet it was still terrifying to this extent. If it was the complete consciousness of a Supreme Elder, then he couldn't imagine what sort of horror it would be. It probably wouldn't fade away even without hundreds of thousands of years of being sealed away. But the magic cube, in just an instant, had twisted apart the souls of thousands of realm of the gods' powerhouses. Just what sort of earth-shaking existence was that? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. The stronger he became, the more he understood just how great the gap was between him and these realm of the gods' powerhouses. As he looked at those wiggling pieces that were trying to crawl towards each other, Lin Ming coldly snorted. The hell dog wanted to fuse into one whole again. How could Lin Ming allow it to do that? He waved his hands, and the purple flood dragon divine thunder appeared in his left and the blood-extinguishing demon thunder appeared in his right. Thunder flashed, and the purple and red thunders turned into bolts of thick lightning that fell onto the hell dog like a shower of deadly rain. The power of thunder was the best at suppressing the strength of spirits. The hell dog that was trying to fuse back into a whole again was blown apart by Lin Ming, its soul sizzling. Right after, Lin Ming used the samsara martial intent. A black vortex crashed onto the fragments of the hell dog's will, sending out ka sounds like bits of metal that had been dropped into a meat grinder. However, no matter what Lin Ming did, these remnant pieces of consciousness refused to be annihilated. It's really tough. Lin Ming didn't think he could finish off these pieces of remnant consciousness. The difference in their levels was really just too great. And ridding himself of this consciousness was the same as giving up on the soul fragment he had absorbed. Naturally, Lin Ming was reluctant to do this. I'll have to individually seal away these pieces of consciousness. As long as they don't refuse together, they won't be able to affect me. After thinking it over, Lin Ming chose this risky path. When he became stronger in the future, he would be able to slowly wear away these fragments. Lin Ming thrust out his hands, the purple-red power of thunder tightly wrapping around him like gloves. Then, Lin Ming began to carefully separate the pieces of consciousness from the black vortex. His fingers moved, surrounding the pieces of consciousness with threads formed from the power of thunder. After these threads turned into a thick cocoon around the remnant consciousness, completely isolating it from the rest, Lin Ming tossed it into his spiritual sea. Like this, Lin Ming slowly wrapped every other pieces with the power of thunder, and submerged them in different areas of his spiritual sea. This was so that one day, if Lin Ming's spirit was ever weakened for some reason, these pieces of will wouldn't have a chance to take advantage of him. Finally done. Lin Ming let out a long breath and withdrew his mind from the magic cube space. At this time, he was incomparably tired, and just wanted to have a good rest without caring for anything else. But time was urgent. Lin Ming wasn't sure how many hours had passed. He sat in meditation for a moment to catch himself, and then endured the headaches as he looked through the memories of the Demon Emperor's soul fragment. At this time, since Lin Ming had escaped, it had already been 4 hours. Lei Jingtian and the rest of them had been engaging in a full-on onslaught against the illusionary killing array until their hands were tired. But the protective barrier of the array formation was like an unshakable mountain. There was just no response. In this situation, Lei Jingtian was already feeling a despair like the world was collapsing. A late revolving core master, a middle revolving core master, and 2 early revolving core masters had joined together to ceaselessly attack for 4 hours, and yet there was still no effect. This little array formation from a 6th grade sect was already comparable to a great protective land array from a 4th grade sect. This damn law suppression. Even the normally calm Mu Chihua was angry, and he suddenly stopped his attacks. Mu Chihua wavered on his feet. His true essence was in chaos, his body was shaky, and he could barely stand. All of this fell into Mu Qingyi's eyes. Mu Qingyi sneered and said, "Mu Chihua, this suffering is what you have reaped. The bloodstain contract within you is already beginning to take effect. Within a month, 30% of your divine phoenix bloodline will fade away. Half a year from now, it will completely vanish, and your life force will exhaust itself and you will perish. My divine phoenix bloodline?" Mu Chihua smiled with disdain before laughing out. The so-called divine phoenix bloodline is nothing more than the thin bloodline of the vermilion bird. Losing it is nothing pitiful. As long as I can kill Lin Ming, I will be obtained to obtain the true divine phoenix blood in his body. As Mu Chihua spoke, Mu Qingyi was shocked, her heart immediately shaking. She finally understood just why Mu Chihua would risk everything in order to kill Lin Ming. Ever since Lin Ming had emerged from the divine phoenix mystic realm, his body had been emitting an aura that made her heart palpitate. Between Lin Ming's eyebrows, there was also a faint and peculiar flame mark. During the battle with the South Sea Demon region, that flame mark had ignited. In that moment, Mu Qingyi was able to clearly feel a deep fear that originated from the depths of her bloodline. If she was right, then it was highly likely that Lin Ming had obtained a very rich and pure bloodline within the divine phoenix mystic realm. This bloodline far surpassed what the Divine Phoenix Island founder had received when she entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. And Mu Chihua's goal was Lin Ming's bloodline. The Bloodstain contract only had the power to bind the descendants of the Mu family clan based on their bloodline. It wasn't able to restrict Lin Ming. As long as Mu Chihua was able to obtain Lin Ming's bloodline, then he would naturally be able to free himself from the restrictions of the Bloodstain contract. As for losing the Mu bloodline, if it was lost then it was lost, he simply didn't care about it. Mu Qingyi realized she had been wrong from the beginning. The reason that Mu Chihua had tried to kill Lin Ming was not for revenge, but rather to obtain a higher power. If he could steal Lin Ming's bloodline and also snatch away the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, then all he had to do was wait for Mu Fengxian's life to eventually end of old age. At that time, he would be able to rule the entire Divine Phoenix Island with his strength. Perhaps Mu Chihua might have had this all planned out before he came into this broken world. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyi felt a sense of despair. If she had to blame someone, she could only blame herself for thinking that the restrictions of the Bloodstain contract were infallible. Chapter 484, Into the Imperial Palace. Chapter 484, Into the Imperial Palace. In the central transmission array of the broken world, Lin Ming forced a smile after he read the leftover memories of the memory fragment. The memories of the Imperial Palace didn't have any knowledge about secret paths that could be taken, or perhaps there were never any at all. If there wasn't a secret path, then it would be very difficult for Lin Ming to go in and out of the Demon God Imperial Palace without encountering those life-destruction powerhouses. In this broken world, his perception was suppressed to only 200 feet. But, these life-destruction powerhouses' perception might even radiate farther out than 1,000 feet or even 10,000 feet. It would just be too easy for them to discover him. Even if he found any treasure, he wouldn't have his own share. Lin Ming now knew a great deal about the Demon God Imperial Palace's inner layout, but what he knew made him feel hopeless. The Imperial Palace was filled with endless puppets. The Imperial Palace occupied a swathe of land over hundreds of miles long. During the glory times of the Demon God Imperial Palace, there were tens and hundreds of thousands of people milling around. These people were all martial artists. For this number of people, there were countless miscellaneous jobs that needed to be filled, all of which were done by the puppets, including guard duty and patrol duty. Those puppets that were responsible for random daily chores had strength at the Xiantian realm. Those puppets responsible for patrolling were equal to the Revolving Core realm. A Revolving Core master's combat strength didn't seem too terrifying, but their strength was not suppressed by the laws of this world. To a martial artist from the outside, they would nearly be equal to a life-destruction powerhouse. It simply wasn't what Lin Ming could contend with. These puppets discerned people from their bloodline of the giant demon race. There wasn't any knowledge of secret skills to control them in the Demon Emperor's memories. In short, he would be overwhelmed with difficulty. The only thing that Lin Ming could take relief in was that he had found the location of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden in the memories. If he wasn't wrong, then the Nirvana Dragon Root should be there too. As for the array formation that guarded it, Lin Ming was a bit unsure. Also, some other very valuable information was that not too far away from the Demon God Imperial Palace's medicine garden, there was a one-way transmission array that he could use to leave. Just relying on these things, Lin Ming found it difficult to imagine how he would take the Nirvana Dragon Root from a crowd of life-destruction masters. If I don't have a way to avoid those sentry puppets, how will I be able to enter the Demon God Imperial Palace with those life-destruction masters? If it's like this, then my chances of obtaining the Nirvana Dragon Root are close to zero. Thinking this, Lin Ming ruefully smiled. But, in the memories of the Demon Emperor, besides the medicine harden, there is also a sealed treasure that is a top-grade pill furnace. As for where this pill furnace is, the memories are completely unclear about it. As for the technique to manipulate it, it's also vague on that. Lin Ming let out a deep sigh. He was aware that something like this was hopeless from the start. If he wanted to obtain treasure, then first he would need strength capable of doing so. Normally, a martial artist of his cultivation would be diligently taking a heaven-opening pill. During this trip to the Demon God Imperial Palace, Lin Ming just wanted a single root hair of the Nirvana dragon root. He would be satisfied if he could push his tempering marrow to 80 or 90% completion. 100 miles away, Demon God Imperial Palace. Even through tens of thousands of years of weathering, the Demon God Imperial Palace was still magnificent. It was hard to find any traces of damage on the walls of the Imperial Palace. Within the Imperial Palace, there was a thick column that stood several thousands of feet high, as if it supported the heavens themselves. The 20 to 30 life destruction powerhouses that gathered at the entrance to the Demon God Imperial Palace had gone through several days of effort, and finally, an opening had been made in the defensive barrier of the Demon God Imperial Palace that was wide enough for a single person. This was what Xian Wuji had studied from the Demon Emperor's letter for several years, and finally found a way to break open the defensive barrier. Simply put, they first had to isolate a part of the defensive array from the power source and then slowly attack it and wear down the energy that kept the barrier up. Afterwards, they would be able to break through the barrier. Let's enter. This entrance can only be maintained for a single hour. Afterwards, the shield will automatically close again. When that time comes, we will have to work together again to reopen the shield. To have to spend so much time and effort to open the defensive barrier, there was simply nothing else they could do. The Demon God Imperial Palace had been a 6th-grade sect. Their elders were emperor-level powerhouses, their enforcers were at the life destruction realm, and their deacons were revolving core martial artists. Of Xian Wuji and the rest, they mostly ranged from the first life destruction stage to the 3rd. With their cultivation suppressed to 20%, they probably weren't much stronger than those revolving core deacons. For less than 30 of those lowest-level deacons and enforcers to gather together and open the Demon God Imperial Palace would naturally not be easy. Shen Yuqie was the first to enter, followed by Nanyun Wang. 2 days ago, outside of the barrier, Nanyun Wang didn't fight with Xian Wuji. The two of them had fallen into an impasse, glaring at each other as sparks flew. Finally, they entered together, a total of 28 people. Of these 28 people, they were divided into approximately 5 groups. The first group was the South Sea Demon region, the second was the Great Zen Temple, the third group was the free martial artists that were represented by Nanyun Wang, the fourth group was smaller sects represented by Divine Phoenix Island, and the last was the Black Flood Dragon Clan. The relations between these 5 major groups were complex and chaotic. Although they all aimed for them treasures in the Demon God Imperial Palace, they had already reached an agreement on how to distribute the treasure, and their representatives had even taken an oath on their heart of martial arts. But everyone also knew just how tenuous and fragile his agreement was. This agreement mostly applied to the basic treasures. If they truly encountered the Nirvana dragon root that was capable of increasing the chances of passing the life destruction stage, then taking some small damage to one's heart of martial arts was nothing at all. Of these 5 major groups, Divine Phoenix Island and the small sects were the weakest. But Mu Fengxian was also aware of this. Before she entered here, she had reached an agreement with the Great Zen Temple. She would give up all chances of getting the Nirvana dragon root and other such great lucky chances in exchange for asylum and protection. So at least preserving their lives wouldn't be a problem. These fellows that haunt us like ghosts are really hard to deal with. If they keep following us around, it will be hard to avoid a fierce battle later. As Xian Wuji swept his eyes past everyone, he sent out a true essence sound transmission. He wanted to separate from everyone to look for treasures himself, but he knew that since he was the one with the Demon Emperor's letter, and also because he understood the location of the Demon God Imperial Palace's treasure, it would be impossible for them to give up on following him. Millimeter. Besides the Nirvana dragon root, there is also the giant Leviathan and the universe heaven melting furnace. We are the only ones that have the technique to control the giant Leviathan, so it is inevitably ours. We have to fight for the Nirvana dragon root. But, of all these things, the universe heaven melting furnace is the most valuable one of all. I can't imagine what happened in ancient times that the Demon Emperor would actually leave such an important furnace in the Demon God Imperial Palace. The one who answered was Shen Yuqie. In the past, Xian Wuji and Shen Yuqie had read the Demon Emperor's letter together. If I had to guess, Then the universe heaven melting furnace was left behind by the demon emperor in order to protect the demon god imperial palace. It was likely that the demon emperor was thinking that he would one day re-enter this broken world in order to rebuild the demon god imperial palace. But, for some unknown reason, he was unable to return. This universe heaven melting furnace is the most precious treasure here by a landslide. Unfortunately, the stove is sealed within the demon god imperial palace and has already become one with this land. It just cannot be moved by us. We had already spent our complete effort in order to create a small opening in the entrance's defensive barrier. If we want to take the universe heaven melting furnace as our own, then the chances of that are practically zero. As Shen Wuji mentioned the universe heaven melting furnace, Shen Yuqie felt her heart itch. According the demon emperor's letter, this furnace was used to refine heavenly pills. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was the #1 pill furnace throughout the entire Skyspill continent. There were all sorts of valuable treasures sealed within the universe heaven melting furnace. For instance, there were top-quality pills within. Their profit would be immense if they could obtain just a bit of this. Moreover, the universe heaven melting furnace was a top treasure. If an enemy was sealed within and burnt by the furnace fires, it would be easy to turn anyone into nothing but ash. It wouldn't be an exaggeration at all to say that with this treasure, she would be able to step into the divine sea realm with Shen Wuji, and the South Sea demon region would rise to become a holy land. They would be able to reproduce the magnificence of the silent demon emperor city from 300 years ago. Shen Wuji shook his head and said, "Don't even think of obtaining the universe heaven melting stove. The Nirvana dragon route is much more practical for us." Millimeter, Shen Yuqie nodded and then suddenly thought of something. She said, "Let's at least take a look. Once these fellows take a look at the universe heaven melting furnace, they will absolutely struggle for it. When that time comes, it will be to our advantage." As Shen Yuqie spoke, a trace of a devilish smile appeared on her beautiful face, without the slightest hit of disharmony. If someone evil and stunning like Shen Yuqie ever appeared in the mortal world, then they would truly die in a miserable fate. Hey, if a dozen or so of those fellows died, then that would be perfect. Shen Wuji traced his chain, his eyes flashing with a cold light. As these life-destruction supreme elders entered the demon god imperial palace, at a transmission array 10 miles away, a white light flashed. A pale youth appeared. This youth was Lin Ming. "This is the demon god imperial palace," Lin Ming breathed out. He had finally arrived. If I remember correctly, this is the far square of the demon god imperial palace. The main entrance is 10 miles ahead. The imperial palace's main entrance also has a great protective array. If I want to enter, I'll have to spend a great deal of effort. Although there was a method to pass the barrier at the entrance, Lin Ming's cultivation was just too low. Wanting to enter would be difficult. Lin Ming cautiously advanced according to the path in his memory. If he followed behind these life-destruction supreme elders and was found, then he would have to resign himself to his fate. Millimeter. The barrier has already been opened by them. As Lin Ming looked at the barrier, he saw a hole there just the size for one dog. Worry crossed his expression. This meant that those life-destruction powerhouses had already entered the demon god imperial palace, and it was likely that they obtained some information about the imperial palace. Thus the one advantage he had was greatly lessened. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and decided to sneak through anyways. The barrier was able to slowly restore itself. That hole that had been wide enough for one person was now just 2 square feet. Lin Ming crawled on the ground and barely fit through. Chapter 485, Exposed. Chapter 485, Exposed. After sneaking past the barrier, Lin Ming glanced around to see the entry hole he went through slowly vanishing. At this rate, a human wouldn't be able to pass through in another quarter of an hour. That meant there really was no path to escape. All he could do was tread forwards and leave through the transmission array within the imperial palace. This was one of the few bits of valuable information from the memories of the demon emperor. The premise of this was that he could obtain some treasures and leave, otherwise the transmission array wouldn't be that helpful. Lin Ming sighed a long breath, and slowly walked into the demon god imperial palace. The main temple of the demon god Imperial Palace occupied a swathe of land almost 100 miles wide. Its peaks grazed the sky, and the inside was incomparably vast. This massive main temple was no different from its own mini-country. The main temple door was over 200 feet high. On both sides of the large doors, there were great demon statues that were hundreds of feet tall. These statues were formed from blood-red rock, and they had long wings behind them. Their expressions were extremely ferocious and cruel. As Lin Ming entered through the main entrance, he saw a massive hall over 1,000 feet wide. Dozens upon dozens of thick columns vaulted towards the heavens, vanishing into the dark. In this main hall, there were 10 tunnels, each leading to a different area of the demon god Imperial Palace. Lin Ming chose according to his memories, and walked over to the first path on the very left. This large path was 40 to 50 feet high, and the ground was covered with all sorts of runes. The walls to the side were hewed from thick sparkling crystal. Although the tunnel was sealed off from the sun, there was still a light that came from somewhere that clearly illuminated everything. There were many spells etched into the walls and ground. Wanting to break open these walls was no easier than breaking through the great protective array of the Imperial Palace. A long corridor spread forth. From time to time, Lin Ming could see stone doors at the side. Every stone door was engraved with exquisite reliefs and images. These were probably because of the spells that were placed on them. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, there was surprisingly not even a single grain of dust. The fine golden reliefs shined with a dazzling bright light. As Lin Ming calmed his heart, he could faintly feel a trace of residual true essence. These were true essence fluctuations that were left behind from a violent fight. These true essence fluctuations must be from when those life-destruction fellows fought the puppets here. According to this, it seems those old fellows were just here an hour ago. Even though the battle was so violent, there isn't the least bit wreckage. Those old fellows probably divided the trash and took it away so that they could research it when they returned. Lin Ming was able to quickly estimate the situation that had happened about an hour ago. These ancient puppets had a great research value. If they could imitate them, then the value they had to a sect's strength would be immense. Taking away the remains wasn't anything strange. At this moment, Lin Ming could hear faint rumbling explosions in the distance. He was well aware that this sound was from the life-destruction powerhouses once again fighting the guard puppets. Following far behind these people wasn't necessarily any better, or even safe. If he encountered some puppets that they left behind, then he would be in danger. Not just that, but he wouldn't be able to obtain any treasures from following behind these fellows. Thinking of this, Lin Ming bitterly sighed. He didn't have a better way to approach this. He could only continue from here and hope that the life-destruction powerhouses would spread out. If his luck was good, he might be able to pick up some things that they forgot. If he caught up to them, not only would he not obtain any treasures, he might even call a calamity down upon himself. After all, he was the one who had slain Lei Mubai. When he entered this broken world, he still had his appearance-changing technique. Because those revolving core martial artists had their strength suppressed to such a low state, they weren't able to see through Lin Ming's disguise. But in front of these life-destruction powerhouses, Lin Ming wasn't so stupid as to fool himself into believing it would still work. The South Sea Demon Region elders might not have seen his picture. If there was some South Sea Demon Region elder here that shared a blood relation with Lei Mubai, there was a chance that they would instantly kill him. Although Mu Fengxian and the Great Zen Temple had reached an agreement to cooperate, whether or not the Great Zen Temple's Abbot Baimai would protect him was another matter altogether. From the sounds I just heard, they should be no less than 10,000 feet away. But for caution's sake, I'll still wait a bit, just in case something might happen. Facing these life-destruction old fellows, Lin Ming had to be extremely careful. Any one of these fellows could casually be a monster that lived for over 1,000 years. Whether it was cultivation or calculating, it wasn't something he could compare with. Struggling for treasures with these people was difficult to the point of making one feel despair. After Lin Ming waited for around an incense stick of time, he felt a faint unease in his heart, as if something was wrong. After a few breaths of times, his complexion suddenly changed. He turned around, wanting to run away, but just as he took one step, he froze where he was, his face going completely dark and gloomy. He had been found out. As he listened to those faint explosive sounds a moment ago, he had guessed that they were 10,000 feet away. From such a far distance, Lin Ming didn't believe that these life-destruction fellows would be able to sense him under the suppressive laws of this world. But the fact was that they could. This was simply inconceivable. A moment ago, as he wanted to run away, an ice-cold voice from one of those strange old fellows sounded in his mind. If you do not want to die, then immediately come out. What bad luck! Lin Ming felt that his entire trip through this broken world could be described as heaven-defying bad luck. From the time that the broken world had been opened, Lin Ming had entered 2 times. Not only did he not obtain even the slightest lucky chance, he instead drew all sorts of troubles onto himself. He had killed a revolving core elder that had tried to sneak attack him, and this matter was discovered by the South Sea Demon region, causing a fierce battle. Then, there was a betrayal that occurred from within Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming didn't know what Mu Chihua's goal was, but that man was willing to sacrifice everything to kill him. Lin Ming had been forced into a dead end and had to risk swallowing the soul fragment of the Demon Emperor, and nearly lost his life in exchange. And what was most depressing was that even with the new information he had obtained, his chances of obtaining the Nirvana Dragon root were still as slim as before. He had risked death and finally snuck into the Demon God Imperial Palace. But just as he was only a little bit in, these life-destruction fellows had actually used some sort of method to discover him. Lin Ming wanted to cry until there were no more tears left. Nothing had gone well for him since he had entered this broken world. Lin Ming felt as if he was being locked in place by some suppressive energy. His complexion became extremely ugly. He couldn't escape. If this was an elder of the South Sea Demon region who was related to Lei Mubai in some way, Lin Ming didn't dare to imagine this scenario. But at this moment, a true essence sound transmission was sent out once more. I'll give you 30 breaths of time. Come out now, or all that awaits you is death. This old man's patience is at its limit. Lin Ming bitterly sighed. He could only brace himself and move forwards. In this case, there was nothing he could do to resist. He could only pray that the great Zen temple would protect him under their wing, and at worst pay some price to do so. This 10,000-foot path was an extremely long walk. As Lin Ming paced down the hall, he could clearly hear every step in the corridors, and even the echo of his own footsteps. He wanted to understand how he was found. There was no way that these life-destruction old fellows had a perception that could stretch so far back. The only possibility was that they had left a spell behind, and as soon as Lin Ming had walked past or touched it, he had been discovered. As Lin Ming realized this, his complexion became increasingly bitter. He didn't think that these old fellows would be careful to this extent. As 30 breaths of time slowly passed, Lin Ming thought about what countermeasures he could take. But in the end he couldn't think of anything that could work. As he reached the end of the path, he turned a corner and came upon an incomparably broad space. Although Lin Ming had the memories of the Demon Emperor, and knew just how massive the halls of the Demon God Imperial Palace were, seeing with his own eyes was still utterly shocking. The length and width of this hall was 1,000 feet long and wide, and also several thousands of feet high. It was enough to hold a small mountain. On the vast ground, there were countless obsidian statues that littered the floor. These statues were all 10 feet tall carvings of giant demons. The rations were on a 1-to-1 scale. These statues were arranged in neat rows. They held all sorts of weapons, from spears to halberds to heavy swords to shields. Every one of these giant demon statues had hideous expressions, and even cracks in their armor were clearly reflected. There were some giant demons that rode giant war dogs. As Lin Ming looked at the demonic visage of these beasts, his heart stirred. These hellish demon dogs were extremely similar to that crimson hell dog that had invaded his spiritual sea after he swallowed the Demon Emperor's soul fragment. With tens of thousands of these statues gathered together, they naturally emitted a surging, majestic aura that was filled with vigor. It would shock anyone who saw it. However, Lin Ming didn't have the mind to be shocked at the moment. This was because, within this massive hall, there was a group of life-destruction old fellows that were floating in their air. Relative to this massive hall, they were nothing more than mosquitoes in the sky. But they exerted a great pressure on Lin Ming. Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang were also among these martial artists. Lin Ming could see that their complexions immediately changed. They hadn't expected that the intruder they caught would be Lin Ming. As for Nanyun Wang and the rest, they all revealed surprise as they saw Lin Ming. They obviously didn't expect that a junior martial artist that hadn't even reached the Xiantian realm would be able to come here. As for the South Sea Demon Region's side, as Shen Yuqie saw Lin Ming, she gently smirked with a hair. And as for Shen Wuji, as he saw Lin Ming, his complexion immediately sunk to the bottom. "Junior, what is your name?" Shen Wuji's voice was grim, and contained a hint of murderous intent. He too had seen Lin Ming's portrait before, but that picture had been an estimation that had passed through several people and had many dissimilarities with Lin Ming. Thus, Shen Wuji asked this question. Lin Ming felt his heart thump. He had been carefully paying attention to the responses from everyone here. But now, it looked as if Shen Wuji was related in some way to Lei Mubai. Lin Ming suppressed the shock in his heart and calmly said, "This junior's surname is Ling Sen." As Lin Ming casually tossed out the name Ling Sen, Shen Wuji only sneered, "Ling Sen? He, this old man doesn't know whether or not that's true, but for a junior with a Hutian cultivation to be able to safely arrive here, there isn't even a handful among the entire South Horizon region, 5-element region, and Great Zen region altogether. Lin Ming, even if this old man didn't see your portrait, I would still correctly guess that it was you. To think that I searched so far and wide only to find you here. I truly have saved so much effort. This old man will refine your soul, and have you begging for death." Chapter 486, Trap Puppets. Chapter 486, Trap Puppets. As Shen Wuji spoke, he smiled fiercely and struck his palm down on Lin Ming. Mu Fengxian's complexion changed. "Stop." With this word, Mu Fengxian shot out. At the same time, the Blue Luan faction's blue-clothed old woman also moved. The dual energies of fire and ice swept out at the same time, surging like a wave towards Shen Wuji. Shen Wuji only sneered, "Screw off." Bang! The ice and fire energy were both scattered by Shen Wuji, and Mu Fengxian and the blue-clothed old woman were forced to fly backwards. As for Shen Wuji, he had only paused for the slightest moment before being reinvigorated and attacking Lin Ming as before. "Abbot Whitebrow, please rescue my disciple," Mu Yuhuang nervously shouted. Against a top-ranked master like Shen Wuji, Mu Yuhuang was completely outmatched. She wouldn't even be able to stop him for a second. This old monk knows. During this trip into the Demon God Imperial Palace, Divine Phoenix Island was a very good boost to him. As for Shen Wuji, he was the main competition for the Great Zen Temple. Abbot Whitebrow naturally knew which side he should help. With a toss of the staff in his hand, Abbot Whitebrow began to recite to himself like the steady beat of a drum. A golden light mudra appeared around his hands, and he pressed his palm down at Shen Wuji. At the same time, to Mu Yuhuang's astonishment, Nanyun Wang also moved. Nanyun Wang wildly laughed as he turned his hand, producing a scarlet-bladed sword and then cutting down at Shen Wuji. As Shen Wuji saw the 2/3 stage life destruction masters acting together, he paled. He had no choice but to draw back. Bang! True Essence collided and the air trembled. The brutal True Essence shockwaves weren't something that a normal revolving core powerhouse would be able to resist. Mu Yuhuang's figure flashed and she flew over to Lin Ming's side. She held on to him with a hand, creating a light red shield of flame to block the True Essence storm. Ka. The True Essence shockwave smashed into the flame shield with a grating sound, as if it would wear it down. Behind Mu Yuhuang, Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief. He had narrowly made it past this situation. If Abbot Whitebrow hadn't helped him, he would inevitably have died here. However, that purple-gold-robed Supreme Elder, wasn't his name Nanyun Wang? Why would that man help? Nanyun Wang. Shen Wuji glared at Nanyun Wang, his expression black. If Abbot Whitebrow helped Lin Ming, then he had nothing to say. But if Nanyun Wang acted too, he was just trying to mess with him. Several days ago, Shen Wuji and Nanyun Wang had almost engaged in a fierce battle outside of the Demon God Imperial Place. Ever since then, Nanyun Wang had been acting out against Shen Wuji whenever possible. Hee. Nanyun Wang disdainfully smiled. His eyes said, "So what will you do?" In terms of combat strength alone, Nanyun Wang was even slightly better than Shen Wuji. He simply didn't need to fear him at all. A dark light flashed across Shen Wuji's face. Then, Shen Wuji forcefully suppressed the anger that was rising in his heart. He coldly snorted and no longer tried to attack. Fighting two third-stage life destruction masters at the same time was a stupid decision. Haha. As Nanyun Wang saw Shen Wuji give up, his thoughts were incomparably smooth. He said to Lin Ming, "Boy, you've got some skills. You're just at a mere Hutian realm cultivation and yet you're qualified to become enemies with that old thief Shen. Come on, tell me just how you've pissed him off." Nanyun Wang intentionally spoke in a very loud voice, intending to annoy Shen Wuji. This left Lin Ming completely speechless. He thought for a moment, and then briefly summarized the reason to Nanyun Wang in a true essence sound transmission. "So that's what happened. You killed that little loser Shen Ji. You did well. You killed well. Good job." Nanyun Wang clapped his hands together in applause. As for this behavior of adding fuel to the fire, Lin Ming wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. After all, Nanyun Wang didn't need to fear Shen Wuji, but he was the one that had killed Shen Wuji's great-grandson. Shen Wuji would absolutely kill him whenever he had a chance to. As he glanced over at Shen Wuji, he saw that Shen Wuji's complexion was already back to normal, without the slightest difference. Not only did he ignore Nanyun Wang, but he also completely ignored Lin Ming. This caused the worry in Lin Ming's heart to weigh down on him even more. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then the one who left behind the spell that detected him was Shen Wuji. That old fellow was too shrewd and incomprehensible. Lin Ming felt jumpy and apprehensive to be following him. Lin Ming subconsciously backed away from Shen Wuji. Nanyun Wang noticed this and pulled out a jade pendant from his spatial ring. He chuckled and said, "This old man feels like I've been old friends with you for a long time. I must say that we've hit it off well together. Haha, this protective jade pendant is a gift to you. After you activate it, you'll be able to withstand the all-out attack of a second-stage life destruction martial artist. It can only be used one time, but in a critical moment, it can be used to save your life." With Nanyun Wang's peak third-stage life destruction cultivation, creating such a protective jade pendant wasn't hard at all. Although it was useless in front of someone like Shen Wuji, it would still be able to delay him for a moment. This was enough time for Abbot Whitebrow or Nanyun Wang to help. Lin Ming looked at Nanyun Wang with surprise and took the jade pendant. "Thank you, Senior. This jade pendant was really too useful. Even if he didn't use it this time, he would definitely be able to make use of it in the future." Ever since he had come to the ancient battlefield, Lin Ming's regard for life-saving treasures had risen tremendously. The 3 pills and escape symbol that Mu Fengxian had given to him before had played a great role in saving his life. "Hehe, this old man likes you. I see good things in you. Cultivate well, and in the future try to kill off more great-grandsons of that old bastard Shen. Or better yet, destroy the entire South Sea Demon region. Haha." As Nanyun Wang delighted in his taunting of Shen Wuji, Lin Ming rolled his eyes. This Nanyun Wang really wanted to provoke Shen Wuji. He probably wanted Shen Wuji to attack again so that he could block him once more. Thinking this, Lin Ming was extremely distressed. Originally, Lin Ming had been hoping to rely on the memories of the Demon Emperor to pick up some lucky chances that everyone missed. But who knew that these life-destruction old fellows would be so careful and actually discover him? "Lin Ming, how did you come to the Demon God Imperial Palace?" Mu Fengxian's voice was full of rebuke. "Abbot Whitebrow and Nanyun Wang can protect you for now, but they have no way to keep protecting you in the future. If they start fighting for treasures, then no one will take you into consideration. When that happens, Shen Wuji will be able to instantly kill you. Even I wouldn't be able to protect you. Also, what point is there to come here? The Nirvana Dragon Root is not something you can fight for. Let alone you, but even I realized this earlier, and only want to obtain some slight opportunity that might come my way." Mu Fengxian felt a bit angry and also sick to her stomach. The defensive barrier outside must have been resealed by now. Even if Lin Ming wanted to leave, there was no way he could do so. He had no choice now but to follow them. If he left by himself, then his chances of dying to Xian Wuji were even higher. Lin Ming ruefully smiled and informed Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang about the matter of Mu Qihua's betrayal with a true essence sound transmission. Mu Fengxian was shaken. What did you say? Mu Qihua openly collaborated with Lei Jingtian to kill you? Yes. How is that possible? Is Mu Qihua crazy? For just a little bit of hatred, he no longer cares for his cultivation. Mu Yuhuang found this incomprehensible. Ever since Divine Phoenix Island was established 3,000 years ago, there had never been a case where an elder with the surname Mu had betrayed the sect. Mu Fengxian frowned, her complexion changing several times. Finally, she sighed and said, that evil traitor Mu Qihua, his plans are really too deep, and his observation is too sharp. Lin Ming, the truth is that I've long noticed the flame mark between your eyebrows. Have you inherited the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix clan? As Mu Fengxian spoke, Mu Yuhuang's heart shook. Before this, she had also noticed a deep and powerful bloodline on Lin Ming's body, but hadn't thought too much about it. Now that this point was raised by Mu Fengxian, she was suddenly enlightened. Lin Ming nodded. It is the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix clan, the blood of the ancient Phoenix. Blood of the ancient Phoenix. Mu Yuhuang gasped. The ancient Phoenix and Vermilion Bird were existences on two completely different levels. The Vermilion Bird was merely a saint beast, and saint beasts were also divided by ranks. Within the rankings of Skyspill Continent's saint beasts, the truth was that the Vermilion Bird was quite low. But the ancient Phoenix was a god beast. Even within the realm of the gods, a god beast was an extremely rare being. The blood of the ancient Phoenix was absolutely not something that the Vermilion Bird bloodline could compare with. No wonder that Mu Qihua was willing to gamble everything away. If he could really obtain Lin Ming's bloodline and also steal away the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, then even Mu Qihua might have a chance of becoming an emperor-level powerhouse in the future. This is all my negligence. Mu Yuhuang blamed herself. If she hadn't placed so much trust in the Bloodstain contract, then she would never have allowed Mu Qihua to enter into this broken world, creating such good conditions for him to betray the sect. Now that the demon god Imperial Palace was sealed away, she couldn't leave even if she wanted. She could only continue moving forwards. Now isn't the time to talk about such things. Lin Ming, since you've already come here, follow behind me and keep far away from Xian Wuji. As for treasures or things like that, don't dwell on them. Those things aren't something you can obtain. Even if you have a heaven-defying stroke of luck and obtain some sort of treasure, it will still be taken away by others. Lin Ming nodded. He naturally understood such simple truths. His greatest advantage now was that he was skilled in ancient arrays. However, if he always followed these old fellows, then even if he found a treasure it would be taken away. Not just that, but in the future, if there was a brutal melee for treasures, then he would also draw a calamity onto himself. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's mind was heavy with anxiousness. At the end of the group, everyone slowly made their way through the hall. At this moment, he heard a dull thumping peng 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 sound, as if something extremely heavy was closing in on them. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at the turning point of the corridor. Everyone's expressions became grim. As for Nanyun, he had a carefree appearance. He casually unsheathed the scarlet sword, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Xian Wuji coldly snorted and stretched out his 2 palms. A black energy surrounded his body, and the momentum around him soared. The technique he was using was the same Netherworld devil arts that the Netherworld Great Emperor had created. At this time, that heavy thing finally turned around the corridor. It was over 10 feet in height, and its entire body was built from some unknown red metal. Its build was similar to a giant demon, and it grasped a massive warhammer in its hands. Its moves appeared extremely slow. Giant demon puppet. Lin Ming recalled the name of this puppet. This giant demon puppet had strength equal to a late revolving core master. Under the suppressive laws of this world, This puppet would even be able to suppress a first-stage life-destruction martial artist. Of course, in front of Xian Wuji and Nanyun Wang, it wasn't much at all. Chapter 487, Toxic Grey Frog. Chapter 487, Toxic Grey Frog. As the puppet appeared, Nanyun Wang growled and leapt upwards. The saber in his hand slashed out, and a bloody light flashed with a resounding catcher, and a huge cut was opened directly in the red metal of the giant demon puppet's chest. Nanyun Wang's blows rained down, and cracks appeared on the giant demon puppet's body. Its entire body was soon cut to pieces, and then it fell onto the floor, shattering into bits. Then, Nanyun Wang waved his hand and took all of the remains into his spatial ring. The value of this late revolving core puppet to a sect could be imagined. If it wasn't for Nanyun Wang, then even Mu Fengxian would have trouble dealing with it. After this giant demon puppet, there were two more that arrived. Xian Wuji didn't make a sound. A dark energy flowed around his body, and his palms shined with a ghostly light as he slammed his hand down on a puppet. At the same time, Abbot Whitebrow also flourished his staff to attack the other puppet. These three giant demon puppets were cleanly destroyed by these three people. And all of the puppet remains were also taken by them. The massive underground place was nearly 100 miles long, and it was an extremely long path to the medicine garden. The entire time, Lin Ming carefully followed behind everyone to maintain distance from Xian Wuji. But it seemed as if Xian Wuji had completely forgotten about Lin Ming, and was concentrating all of his efforts into killing any puppets that they saw, not even bothering to glance at Lin Ming. As everyone walked through the Imperial Palace, the path looked entirely the same. Although it seemed complicated, it was basically a well-designed branching layout. The truth was that as long as one chose a direction and walked there, they would eventually reach the same destination, so there was no fear of getting lost. Bang! 3 more puppets were also destroyed by the 3 third-stage life-destruction masters. In this time, there had already been over a dozen giant demon puppets that had appeared. But this path was only one among countless others within the Demon God Imperial Palace. If just this path had so many puppets, then perhaps in the entire Demon God Imperial Palace there might be over 10,000 giant demon puppet. These puppets all had strength equal to a revolving core martial artist. In a 4th grade sect, that was equal to an elder. A combat strength of 10,000 revolving core masters comprised only of puppets. If all the other martial artists in the sect were counted too, then it was even more incredible. To have emperor-level powerhouses as elders, life-destruction masters as protectors, and revolving core martial artists as deacons, the deep heritage of a 6th grade sect was truly terrifying. On reflection, one could see just how much more developed the martial arts civilization of the Sky Spill continent was tens of thousands of years ago. It was far superior to how it was currently. There were many realm of the gods array formations and even cultivation methods that had once appeared in the Sky Spill continent. However, some unknown event had occurred, and afterwards, the Sky Spill continent had become what it was today. Millimeter? That in front is... Lin Ming carefully looked at the corner up head and saw that there was a 20-foot-tall frog statue. This giant frog had its mouth open, with rows of vicious fangs peeking from its maw. Its tongue was like a long and sharp sword that stretched out, and its entire body was a dark mottled grey. Its entire body seemed like a small lump, and it gave off a very savage and dangerous feeling. This is the ancient toxic grey frog. Lin Ming recalled details about this statue from his memories. In fact, it was not a statue, but a corpse puppet made from the body of a slain toxic grey frog. This corpse puppet had strength equal to an extreme revolving core master, which was also the strength of a first-stage life-destruction martial artist. It had an appearance no different from a statue, nor could it be sensed by one's perception. It seemed as if it were placed in the Demon God Imperial Palace as an ornament, but the truth was that it was a guard statue. Lin Ming's mind stirred and he immediately slowed down his pace. But Xian Wuji and the others all calmly walked around the corner, not realizing that this was a toxic grey frog. Xian Wuji also noticed this statue, but only looked at it for several moments. He swept through it with his sense and didn't discover anything strange, so he didn't care too much about it. Quietly, he went around the corner. However, As they passed several feet from the toxic grey frog, its eyes suddenly lit up. Its tongue shot out like an arrow. Millimeter. Xian Wuji's complexion immediately changed, and a black fog instantly wrapped around his body. He slammed out 2 palms and retreated backwards. Peng. The arrow-like tongue was struck by Xian Wuji's true essence-wrapped palms. The direction of the tongue was slightly deflected, and with a splattering sound, that tongue actually savagely pierced through a South Sea Demon Region first-stage life destruction elder. Although this elder had true essence protecting him, that tongue pierced through his heart and lungs. This sudden change had only taken a split second, leaving everyone in shock. But at this moment, that blood-red tongue changed direction with a speed difficult to see and shot backwards, piercing through the dantian of that elder. Pu. Blood shout out. The elder stared with wide eyes at the tongue that came out of his stomach, his vision filled with disbelief. All this way through the demon god imperial palace there hadn't been any danger, so he never thought that anyone would perish here. Life or death only took a moment to decide. Although this old man's cultivation had reached the first stage of life destruction, he simply couldn't block the toxic grey frog's attack while being suppressed by the laws of this world. With a peng sound, the tongue rewinded. The life destruction elder's body burst open in a shower of blood. Lin Ming gloomily sighed in his heart and lightly shook his head. It was just a pity that Xian Wuji hadn't been wounded. Also, there was such a good life destruction powerhouse corpse in front of him that would go to waste. Lin Ming didn't believe for a second that he would be able to feed the magic cube that life destruction elder's blood essence, or even refine a blood-drinking seal with so many people here. Evil beast, die! Xian Wuji was furious. The elder who had died was part of his Xian bloodline. He shouted out and took a black spear from his spatial ring, and then thrust it at the toxic grey frog. This was also the first time that Xian Wuji had used a weapon here. Ping. Xian Wuji poured 70 to 80% of his true essence into this strike and struck the toxic grey frog. However, the attack only sunk in just a bit. Millimeter. Xian Wuji's face flashed with dark surprise. Behind Xian Wuji, Abbot Whitebrow also attacked. He saw just how difficult this toxic grey frog would be to deal with. Abbot Whitebrow covered himself with golden light, and a Buddhist chant seemed to sound out in the air. A golden light wrapped around Abbot Whitebrow's staff, and he pounded it down at the toxic grey frog. The great Zen temple's secret Buddhist techniques seemed extremely capable of suppressing the toxic grey frog. With explosive sounds, cracks began to appear on the back of the toxic grey frog like a spider web. The toxic grey frog had no concept of pain. It opened its great mouth and spat out massive clouds of gas. Xian Wuji gave a cold humph and then flicked his fingers. A black bolt of lightning shot out, and there was a simmering kai sound as the gas clouds were covered by small arcs of lightning and then burnt completely clean. Then, Xian Wuji's spear and Abbot Whitebrow's staff slammed onto the toxic grey frog's body. Nanyun Wang also attacked. He flourished his thick scarlet saber too. There was a series of explosive sounds as the toxic grey frog was attacked by 3 great masters. It just couldn't defend itself at all. Die. Xian Wuji's spear finally pierced through the toxic grey frog's mouth. The eyes of the puppet immediately dimmed, and no longer shined. Although they had solved the threat of this toxic grey frog, the atmosphere was extremely poor. Especially those first-stage life destruction old fellows, they all had very grim expressions. This was the first time that someone had died since they entered the demon god imperial palace. Of these life destruction fellows, which one wasn't an amazing overlord-like existence? They lived over 1,000 years. They could topple mountains and turn seas with their strength, and also receive everything they wanted. Naturally, such a person would treasure their own life to the extreme. They were all aware of their own situation and weren't planning on fighting for the Nirvana Dragon route. They only wanted to pick up some other lucky chances on the way. But, if this opportunity cost them their life, then it really wasn't worth it at all. They were only halfway along their path into the demon god imperial palace. Against that violent sneak attack from the toxic grey frog, a first-stage life destruction powerhouse didn't even have the strength to resist. Who knew whether or not they would suffer the same fate as they continued down this path? Xian Wuji put the elder's remains into a coffin. The remains of the toxic grey frog were also taken by him. As he swept his eyes past the other first-stage life-destruction martial artists, he sneered at them with disdain. He naturally didn't care if they lived or died. All the elders of the South Sea Demon region, stick closer to me. As Xian Wuji spoke, he gathered all the remaining South Sea Demon region elders and slowly made his way forth. As for the other free martial artists, they grouped closer with Nanyun Wang, and the other smaller sects all grouped together with the Great Zen Temple. Along the way, the entire group became increasingly cautious. They also encountered several more toxic grey frogs. However, after being prepared this time, the three great masters attacked at once to eliminate the toxic grey frogs, and there wasn't a single martial artist that died again. After they went along the dangerous path for a while, they began to walk up flights of stairs. Lin Ming guessed that they were less than 1,000 feet from ground level. As for the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, they were closing in on it. It was probably around 10 miles away still. As Lin Ming realized this, he felt 100 emotions pass through his heart. The Nirvana Dragon route was almost in front of him, but his chances of obtaining it were near zero. After they walked another distance, a low stone platform appeared in front of everyone. This stone platform was inscribed with faint lines. These lines seemed extraordinary, they were obviously runes. As Xian Wuji walked past the stone platform, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he stopped his steps and swept his sense through the stone platform as if he were searching for something. This was noticed by all the other old fellows. Nanyun Wang smiled with a hee-hee and said, "What is it, Brother Xian? Are you interested in this ancient array?" Nanyun Wang knew that this stone platform was some sort of ancient array. As for what sort of ancient array it was, he was completely clueless. Xian Wuji coldly humphed and said, "And what does it matter to you if this old man is interested in this ancient array or isn't interested in this ancient array? Whatever I do has no relation to you." As Xian Wuji finished speaking, he withdrew his perception and strode away. As for Nanyun Wang, he smirked and did a few laps around the stone platform to see if he could discover anything. However, he had no understanding at all about the complex runes carved onto this ancient array. The other old fellows also did the same. It was only Lin Ming whose eyes flashed as he saw this ancient array. He was able to faintly guess just what it was that Xian Wuji was trying to do. A hint of a smile began to bloom on Lin Ming's lips. If he had an opportunity to ruin Xian Wuji, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Chapter 488, Opening the Demon Emperor's Medicine Garden. Chapter 488, Opening the Demon Emperor's Medicine Garden. These life-destruction powerhouses gradually crowded together around the stone platform. Some of them used their perception to investigate the stone platform, and there were even some that used their hands to examine it, hoping that they would be able to trigger some sort of switch to a secret room or some other lucky chance. There were even some who suspected that this array formation was related to the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. However, no matter what they did, the stone platform array formation gave no response. Those who looked couldn't help but turn to glance at Xian Wuji. However, they saw that Xian Wuji had already withdrawn his sense and had passed through the corridor as if he had no intention of staying here. These people pondered over this stone platform for a bit longer and finally gave up. Perhaps Xian Wuji really was just a tad curious about this stone platform, and there wasn't anything particularly special about it. Anyway, it was best that they stayed tightly together with Xian Wuji for fear that they would miss the medicine garden. Thinking like this, several second-stage life-destruction old fellows first left. But at this time, Lin Ming touched the stone platform, his hand covering a rune on top of it. These many life-destruction masters had constantly been touching it to sense something, so this sort of minor action didn't arouse anyone's suspicions. Lin Ming was clearly aware that this stone platform was in fact an ancient transmission array. The demon god Imperial Palace occupied a range of land over 100 miles long and wide. There were countless paths inside, and trying to leave from the inside was very troublesome. Therefore, within the demon god Imperial Palace, there were 4 or 5 transmission array points like this. Lin Ming remembered 2 of these transmission array points, and one of those that he remembered was this one. Xian Wuji most likely knew about this transmission array from the Demon Emperor's letter. It's highly possible he even knows how to activate this transmission array. The reason that he investigated this array a moment ago was likely to determine whether or not he would be able to use it. His thinking to use this transmission array to leave by himself after the treasure hunt is over. After everyone had broken through the demon god Imperial Palace's defensive barrier and entered, the defensive barrier was able to repair itself, completely sealing everyone within. If anyone wanted to leave, they would have to spend another 4 or 5 days breaking through the barrier again. In addition, with going back and forth within the demon god Imperial Palace, it might take 7 or 8 days longer. If Xian Wuji grabbed the treasures, he would be able to use this transmission array to leave. As for everyone else, they would be stranded within the demon god Imperial Palace, unable to compete for the treasures he had. This was a really well thought out plan. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's lips curved up with a hint of a devilish grin. After entering the demon god Imperial Palace, nothing had gone right for him. As for obtaining the Nirvana Dragon root, the hope for that was slim enough to send one into despair. Lin Ming no longer entertained any ideas of obtaining a lucky chance. Rather, it would be good enough if he could ruin Xian Wuji's day. With the assistance of the Demon Emperor's memories as well as the understanding he had of ancient array formations, Lin Ming quickly understood the structure of this transmission array and also the specific array symbol order to start it. Within the Imperial Palace, every transmission array had a specific set of array symbols that needed to be ordered for the transmission array to start. If the array symbols were not in order, then the transmission array simply would not activate. Lin Ming looked as if he were aimlessly fumbling around with the ancient array, but his 2 hands were actually repeatedly rubbing a row of 3 symbols, quietly changing their order. The only way that Xian Wuji would be able to decipher this new order of array symbols was if he was as equally skilled in the concepts of ancient transmission arrays as Lin Ming. I don't know when, but if Xian Wuji is really planning on using this transmission array to leave, I wonder just what sort of expression he'll have. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart was bubbling with anticipation. After modifying several array symbols, Lin Ming calmly withdrew his hands behind his back. Even Mu Yu Huang, who was standing near Lin Ming, didn't suspect anything as she saw Lin Ming touch the stone platform. She only smiled and said, "Forget it, Lin Ming, this stone platform is not some ordinary platform. Even if there is some sort of lucky chance sealed inside, it isn't something we can start by just touching it. Let's get walking." "Yes, Master Ancestor," Lin Ming casually said as he followed Mu Yu Huang away. The further they walked, the more difficult it became to move forwards. Everyone also became increasingly careful. Besides that dangerous toxic grey frog puppet, there were also many mazes and deadly traps. When they arrived at a corridor, a grey projectile shot out. Nanyun Wang managed to dodge it, but it directly pierced through the chest of an old man behind him. Immediately, a large hole the size of a man's head appeared in his chest, and a scorched smell filled the air. Without even a chance to speak, the old man instantly died on the spot. As everyone saw this, the atmosphere became even grimmer. Lin Ming also sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that there are traps in this part of the Imperial Palace, but he wasn't clear about most of them. If he had entered the demon god Imperial Palace by himself, then he would have absolutely died here. At this time, they were only several miles away from the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. The closer they were, the slower their pace became. Xian Wuji, Abbot Whitebrow, and Nanyun Wang led the way, releasing all of their senses and keeping their guard at the highest level. Finally, the group tentatively passed through the last hall. They came onto a slightly dimmed staircase, and after passing through another corner, they encountered a massive stone gate. The stone gate was 100 feet high and appeared extremely heavy and thick. Atop the stone gate, there was a massive eye that was carved onto it. Around the eye, there were many scattered flame-shaped patterns. This looked like an extremely strange and mysterious totem. As Abbot Whitebrow and Nanyun Wang saw this stone gate, they gathered next to Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji's eyes flashed with a sharp light, but he maintained his calm and collected appearance. Slowly, he walked over to the stone gate. According to the Demon Emperor's letter, behind this stone gate was the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. After pouring in so much effort and paying such a great price, He had finally made it to the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. At this time, even the calm Xian Wuji couldn't help but worry over what would happen. Regarding the spells and traps that were laid down in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, the Demon Emperor's jade slip did not record enough details. Only the approximate type of spell was described onto the jade slip, without any precise details or explanation. Not just that, but the description of the array formations used terminology from tens of thousands of years ago, and they had scant little to do with Xian Wuji's current understanding of array formations. He simply wasn't able to understand the complex arrays that lay within. These past years, Xian Wuji had put forth all his effort and gathered all sorts of things together in a flimsy patchwork of ideas. He had read through all sorts of ancient texts, and yet he only found a single viable way to barely break through the array formations inside. But he didn't know whether or not this method would work. Xian Wuji took a deep breath and pushed in the stone gate. There were no spells on this stone gate. All of them would be located within the medicine garden. With a rumbling sound, the 100-foot-high stone gate swung open. As the stone gate opened, everyone's vision was suddenly filled with light, as if a dazzling sunrise had risen within the dark corridor. As everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were struck by amazement. Behind the stone gate, there was no clear blue stone path, no stone platform, no trap puppets. Instead, it was a fairy-like land of prairies and forests that seemed to come from a dream. And strangest of all was that this prairie was wrapped in fluttering white snow, as if a blanket of white silk had fallen over the land. In this cold weather, a gorgeous frosty glaze filled the world. It was heart-achingly beautiful. And in the center of this prairie, there was a winding river. This river hadn't frozen, but it still emitted a chilling energy. This cold river in this wonderland of snow was marvelous and hard for one to immediately accept that it would appear in this massive palace. It was difficult to accept such a strong visual difference. Xian Wuji was the first one to step into this snowy world. The other life-destruction old fellows behind him hesitated, and then began to follow after him. As Lin Ming saw this image of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, he wasn't too surprised. He had some faint memories of this from the Demon Emperor's memories. After entering this frozen wonderland, Lin Ming immediately felt a biting chill in the air. The Demon Emperor had planted the Nirvana Dragon Root in his medicine garden, and the Nirvana Dragon Root was a cold attribute treasure. If he was correct, then after the Nirvana Dragon Root was grown here, it began to naturally gather cold energy around it, causing this miniature frost world. This chill seemed as if it could drill through his bones. It wasn't much to these life-destruction old fellows, but Lin Ming had no choice but to revolve his true essence to protect his body. This was the only way he was able to prevent the cold air from entering his body. At this moment, Lin Ming felt a warm current enter his body. As he turned to look, he saw that Mu Yu Huang was injecting her fire attribute true essence into him. Lin Ming, stay behind me. Once we enter the medicine garden, don't get too close in order to avoid the true essence shockwaves from any battles that might occur. Millimeter, I understand. Lin Ming nodded as he sensed Mu Yu Huang's concerns towards him. He was also well aware that if these old life-destruction fellows really decided to fight each other, then the true essence shockwaves alone would be able to kill him. The Demon Emperor's medicine garden was around 20 to 30 square miles large. The area where the Nirvana Dragon Root was planted was in a small core area at the center of the medicine garden, where the spiritual pulse of this land was located. As for everywhere else, it was just common spiritual land. As everyone walked in a bit, the Black Flood Dragon Clan's patriarch gave a sudden cry. He immediately moved, flying hundreds of feet away. Azure orchids. It's really azure orchids. In front of the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch, there was a group of purplish-blue flowers. The flowers were wrapped in thick ice and looked unremarkable. Haha, what great luck. The Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch carefully reached down to pick up this bunch of azure orchids, placing them into his spiritual ring. Azure orchids were ingredients for ancient medicines, and were extremely difficult to find. The Black Flood Dragon Clan just happened to have a medicinal formula that used azure orchids, but he never imagined that he would unexpectedly find them here. As Xian Wuji saw the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch gather the azure orchid flowers, he didn't say anything. Compared to the Nirvana Dragon Root, These tiny little azure orchids were nothing at all. With such a valuable treasure awaiting him, he naturally didn't have any interest in fighting with the Black Flood Dragon clan patriarch over such little things. However, no one imagined that the azure orchids were only the beginning. Next, all sorts of various plants appeared. And for most of them, their value was no less than the azure orchids. Medium-grade earth steppe blue spirit grass, 30-100-year essence melting fruit, medium-grade earth steppe misty clear tea. As the group continued through, they constantly saw all sorts of precious medicines. This land had existed for tens of thousands of years without a single person setting foot inside. The number of medicinal herbs that were growing here was really too many. Chapter 489, Two Spiritual Roots. Chapter 489, Two Spiritual Roots. If one was able to obtain medium-grade earth steppe medicinal herbs by just walking down the path of the medicine garden, then the value of the herbs at the very core of the garden could be imagined. Along the way, Lin Ming also picked two 2,000-year-old precious medicines. Although they weren't top medicinal herbs, they were still more than enough to be traded in for 1,000 to 2,000 medium-grade true essence stones. Haha, this trip was finally not in vain. Within the group of people, a first-stage life-destruction old man sighed. He was the highest elder of the five-element region's Golden Bell Mountain, but among all these forces, his medium fourth-grade sect was only considered a tiny sect. Millimeter, we finally have some harvest. I also thought that this trip might be fruitless. All of the current first-stage life-destruction masters present were aware the only reason they could obtain these herbs was because there was the much more important Nirvana dragon root in the center. But even so, they were still content. Foggy Ice Flower, high-grade earth steppe medicinal herb. As Lin Ming was picking a 1,000-year-old medicine, he was sifting through the leaves when he found a high-grade earth steppe medicinal herb. This sort of herb was quite rare even if placed within a fifth-grade sect. The foggy ice flower was an ice attribute heavenly material that martial artists dreamt of. It wasn't of much use to Lin Ming himself, but it could be used to exchange for a fire attribute or thunder attribute material of the same value. It had to be known that there were often many sorts of resources that could not be purchased solely with true essence stones. Powerhouses often had little need for true essences stones. At this time, they would only trade materials for materials. In these moments, a high-grade earth steppe foggy ice flower would be able to play a great role. Because everyone was busy looking for medicinal herbs, they were scattered. Lin Ming looked to see that no one was paying attention to him, and began to quietly place the foggy ice flower in his spatial ring. At this moment, a melodious Buddhist chant sounded out behind Lin Ming. Amitabha, little sir, can this old monk take a look at the material in your hands? After Lin Ming heard these Buddhist chants, his face suddenly became a bit ugly. This old fart, his eyes are quite sharp. Even as Lin Ming cursed in his heart, he naturally knew that he couldn't conceal anything. Lin Ming extended his hand, revealing a crystal-clear foggy ice flower in the center of his palm. 3,000-year-old foggy ice flower, high-grade earth steppe treasure. If this old monk isn't wrong, then little brother is a fire attribute martial artist. This foggy ice flower won't be of much use to little brother. I fear that, the elderly monk said with a sympathetic tone. This monk was a second-stage life-destruction master from the great Zen temple. Lin Ming was absolutely not his match. Not of much use. Lin Ming wanted to curse out loud. Who wouldn't this type of medicine be useful for? Not to mention that Divine Phoenix Island's Blue Luan faction also cultivated ice attribute techniques. He would rather take this away and give it to Mu Bingyun. Lin Ming was just about to say that it was useful to him, but the old monk didn't even give him the chance to speak before saying, this old monk just happens to practice the cold ice palm technique. The foggy ice flower can also be considered a serendipitous event for this old monk. Little friend, how about this? This old monk also has 3 medium-grade earth steppe spiritual grasses here, 2 of which are fire attribute. How about I exchange them to you for the foggy ice flower, As the elderly monk spoke, he smiled and extended his hand. In his palm were 3 medium-grade earth steppe spiritual grasses he had just picked. F***CK. Lin Ming cursed in his heart as he looked at these spiritual grasses in this wrinkly old monk's hand. This was simply a slap to the face. The total combined value of these 3 spiritual grasses was less than half of the foggy ice flower in his hand. Medium-grade earth-step spiritual grasses could usually be purchased with true essence stones. But a high-grade earth-step spiritual grass often had to be exchanged with other treasures. It simply couldn't be purchased. Little brother, how about it? The old monk was still smiling, but it was a bit forced. Lin Ming resisted the impulse to punch the old monk in the face. He knew that Mu Fengxian and the Great Zen Temple had already come to a previous arrangement that any treasures would be given to them in exchange for protection. In a sense, the reason that Lin Ming could safely come here was because of the deterrence known as the Great Zen Temple. Without Abbot Whitebrow defending him, Nanyun Wang would not have helped him hold off Xian Wuji. Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang would also not have been able to come here. Lin Ming, give it to him. When we return, Master will compensate you. At this time, Mu Yuhuang's true essence sound transmission sounded in his ears. She was afraid that Lin Ming would be possessed by the impulsiveness of youth, and would not be able to swallow this loss. Lin Ming replied, Master has no need to worry, this disciple also understands that the Great Zen Temple will not protect us for nothing. This senior monk also put out 3 precious medicinal herbs, so it isn't considered as going too far. Lin Ming suppressed the pain in his heart to smash this damned old monk, and then handed over the foggy ice flower. The old monk was immediately overjoyed. Haha, thank you little friend. This old monk can only be considered as sowing karma with this little friend. If we meet some other day, then this old monk can also give little friend some good luck too. Amitabha, praise, praise. Hearing this wily old monk still chant Buddhist mantras, Lin Ming was speechless. This old monk's skin was far too thick. I'll just consider this as feeding a dog. For better or worse, I still obtained a great find of 5 medium-grade earth-step spiritual grasses. Even if I cannot obtain the Nirvana dragon root, I didn't come here in vain. If it wasn't for these monks helping us, then there was no way I would have been able to obtain these 5 medium-grade earth-step medicinal herbs. Lin Ming thought out this reasoning, accepting his fate. Although this spiritual land wasn't small, the medicinal herbs were mostly distributed along the edges of the river. When one looked farther away from the river, there weren't any medicinal herbs. As they continued, there weren't too many things to pick. At most, everyone was able to find 7 or 8 herbs. Basically, those that found them first kept them. Those that were stronger had a stronger perception, and were naturally able to find more herbs. As the group marched several miles ahead, all of the martial artists that had been looking for herbs gradually stopped. At this time, in front of them was a light blue barrier. This blue barrier seemed to twist and writhe, and the light inside seemed to be distorted. It was unclear just what was happening inside. Although one couldn't clearly see inside, nearly everyone was able to guess just what was behind the blue barrier. This was the core of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, the location of the Nirvana dragon root. All of the martial artists, especially those 2nd stage and 3rd stage life destruction masters that had a higher chance of obtaining it, felt their breath quicken. But at this time, no one moved. As they saw the blue barrier in front of them, they realized that this Nirvana dragon root would not be easy to obtain. There was even the possibility that they would return with nothing. Everyone carefully took several steps forwards. Although the light was distorted behind this blue barrier, one could still faintly see what was inside. The core area of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden was very small, and wasn't filled to the brim with medicinal herbs as everyone had imagined. It was just the opposite. Inside the barrier, the land was completely barren except for 2 spiritual plants. These plants were twisted like ginseng, their roots meandering all over the place. These 2 Nirvana dragon roots were not far from each other, and their roots were even tangled together in some areas. Although there was a defensive barrier between them, everyone could clearly feel the icy ancient energy emanating from these 2 Nirvana dragon roots. It was as if one could see the passage of tens of thousands of years of time. Their minds instantly stop. It really is the Nirvana dragon root. Lin Ming's mind stirred. These two Nirvana dragon roots looked exactly the same as in the pictures from the little text that Lin Ming had obtained from killing a revolving core powerhouse. There was no way that he was wrong. This Nirvana dragon root is truly one of the world's most extraordinary medicines. According to common sense, this central core of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden is where the eye of the spiritual pulse should be, so the heaven and earth origin energy here should be the richest. There should be many other types of plants growing here, but there aren't. Instead, they are all on the edges outside. This is most likely because the Nirvana dragon root is simply too overbearing and tyrannical. It completely occupied all of the heaven and earth origin energy in this area, causing all the other spiritual plants here to have died early. They just couldn't grow here. Lin Ming quickly understood just why the core of the medicine garden was deserted. In the realm of the gods, tempering marrow pills made from the Nirvana dragon root were very overwhelming. As Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow saw the Nirvana dragon root, they gathered to Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji took a deep breath, finding it hard to keep his heart still. He was already at the third stage of life destruction. If he crossed life destruction a few more times, there was the chance that he could enter into the Divine Sea realm and become a legendary emperor-level powerhouse. He could live for 10,000 years, and rule the entire South Horizon region. He would be able to establish his own holy land and leave a name that would be passed down for hundreds upon hundreds of generations. In the future, he could even fly up into the realm of the gods and reach for higher realms of martial arts. How could he not be excited to imagine this? Which life destruction powerhouse did not yearn to cross through the gate of death earlier, and achieve the nearly omnipotent Divine Sea realm that was admired by all? For this Nirvana dragon root, he had prepared far too much, in case he would fail at this last step, and everything would come falling apart. Old thief Xian, hurry up and move, Nanyun Wang said as he stood there, his arms crossed behind his back. We will distribute according to our previous arrangement. If you do not open the barrier, then you can also give up any ideas of leaving here. Xian Wuji's complexion sank. He coldly said, give me everything that we had agreed to earlier. Humph, even you don't know whether or not you can open this barrier. So what if you can't? Can I also get back the things that I've given? Nanyun Wang's two hands were still behind his back, he had no intent of taking them out. In order to open this ancient battlefield, you have seen yourself just what sort of price I had paid. Whether or not I can open this array formation will all depend on the will of the heavens, and I will have to resign myself to whatever happens. This old man will do everything possible in order to open it, but once I have, how can I still trust that you will keep the promise you made beforehand? Should I rely on something as ridiculous as an oath on your so-called heart of martial arts? After being publicly ridiculed by Xian Wuji, killing intent flashed over Nanyun Wang's face. However, he suppressed it and exchanged a true essence sound transmission with Abbot Whitebrow. He hesitated for a moment, and then took out a spatial ring. Abbot Whitebrow also took out a spatial ring. The two of them tossed the spatial rings at Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji didn't directly use his hands to receive the spatial rings. He wrapped true essence around the two spatial rings and gingerly received them. Seeing Xian Wuji be so cautious, Nanyun Wang laughed and said, Old thief Xian, you really are cowardly. Do you think this old man messed with the spatial ring? Better to be safe than sorry. This old man doesn't want to be tricked at the last step. After being ridiculed by Nanyun Wang, there was no change in Xian Wuji's complexion. After he confirmed that there weren't any problems with the spiritual rings, he sunk his divine sense into the rings and swept through them, receiving them with satisfaction. Chapter 490, Xian Wuji destroys the array. Chapter 490, Xian Wuji destroys the array. Obviously, Xian Wuji, Nanyun Wang, and Abbot Whitebrow had come to an agreement before. During this opening of the Demon God Imperial Palace, Xian Wuji had the greatest role. Without him, none of them would be able to break open the array. It was also understandable that Abbot Whitebrow and Nanyun Wang had to pay some price that was within their limits. During this time, the search for the riverside medicinal herbs had mostly concluded. Those first-stage life destruction powerhouses also circled the array to watch the scene. Although their hope of obtaining the Nirvana dragon root was slim, and most of them had the thought that it was impossible. They still had to support those on their side. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, they might be able to drink some soup. Xian Wuji stood before the Demon Emperor's medicine garden's defensive spell, pondering for a moment. He repeatedly compared the defensive spell here in the medicine garden with the description in the Demon Emperor's letter, and then took out a series of array flags from his spatial ring. Every time he walked 4 or 5 steps, he would place down an array flag. Soon, there was a line of 36 array flags around the array formation. As Lin Ming saw these array flags, he sighed in praise. These 36 polar sky flags were used especially for breaking through enemy defensive array formations. Not just that, but they were extremely valuable. But polar sky flags were only used to destroy array formations, not to open them. If one said that array formations were a lock, then breaking through an array formation was simply smashing open the lock. As for opening it, it would just be taking a key and turning it. Naturally, the effort required to open an array formation was much, much less than destroying one. The array formation that the Demon Emperor had left behind in his medicine garden only had a protective function. Naturally, there would be a method to open it. If one followed this method, the array would easily open. However, wanting to forcefully break through it would be difficult. This sort of ancient array formation was highly complex and unique. There was a lot of footwork put into creating it. Not to mention the clueless Xian Wuji, but even if Ancestor Kai Yang came, who also had a bit of understanding into ancient array formations, he would only be able to stand idly by and stare without knowing a single way to open the array formation. How could an important array formation of a 6th grade sect be so easily destroyed? Compared to this array formation in the medicine garden, the protective one that defended the entire palace covered a length of several hundred miles, so it was much more fragile. This medicinal garden array formation only covered a radius of a few dozen feet. Naturally, it was much tougher and stronger. If it wasn't for Xian Wuji having the letter from the Demon Emperor, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to think of breaking through. Lin Ming watched as Xian Wuji placed down the flags and compared the formation to the memories of the Demon Emperor. He combined it with his understanding of ancient array formations, and began to think about just how to open this ancient array. In truth, this ancient defensive array was split into a north and south layer, and each one covered a Nirvana dragon root. The methods to open the north and south array formations were different. But to Lin Ming, this was not a problem. He was confident that given enough time, he would be able to decipher the method to open the array. Of course, Lin Ming wasn't stupid enough to open the array formation. If that happened, then not only would he not be able to obtain the Nirvana dragon root, but he would instead be interrogated about how he understood the opening method of the Demon Emperor's ancient array formation. Perhaps these old fellows might even capture him and force him into a tool that they could use. As Xian Wuji placed down the 36 polar sky flags, he continuously poured true essence into them. As true essence flooded into the ground, golden symbols began to light up all around the medicinal garden. These golden symbols were the ancient array formation's array symbols. Above the polar sky flags, another golden light flashed, colliding with the ancient array formation's array symbols. Xian Wuji also knew that this ancient array was divided into a north and south layer. But these two array formations were interlinked as one and supported each other. If he wanted to destroy them, he would have to destroy them together. But destroying them together also meant that the difficulty would multiply. As the energy of the array symbols and array flags were smashing into each other, a skinny old man walked out from the South Sea Demon region side. He calmly took out an array disc from his spatial ring and tapped it with his fingers. Between his fingers, shadows began to form. The skinny old man began to send out a dazzling series of symbols. Lin Ming could see that this skinny old man was an array master, and he was also accomplished in the Tao of array formations. However, no matter how advanced he was down the path of array formations, in front of an ancient array formation, any master of the current era paled in comparison. As the golden runes shot out, the golden light atop the polar sky flags began to become brighter and more vivid. The array symbols around the ancient array formation began to violently tremble, and everyone squinted as they saw this scene. As for Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow, they revolved all of their true essence, waiting to take action right after the array formation was broken. At this time, Xian Wuji's forehead was already dripping with beads of sweat. His voice was grim as he said, "Whitebrow, Nanyun, go and help by pouring in your true essence. Don't think of playing any tricks this time, otherwise none of us will be able to obtain the Nirvana Dragon root." As Xian Wuji spoke, Nanyun Wang frowned. That wily old fox is too cautious. To destroy the array formation required a massive amount of true essence. It was enough to affect one's combat strength. If a battle occurred right after, whoever lost so much true essence would be at a disadvantage. Thus, Xian Wuji had said for all three of them to join together in breaking this array formation. Although they didn't want to help, at this time, they had no way to refuse. The three of them continuously poured their true essence into the polar sky flags. As the three streams of true essence flowed in, the confrontation between the polar sky flags and the ancient array symbols became increasingly intense. In the distance, one could see golden light shoot out in all directions like a fireworks display. It was quite beautiful and ephemeral. This scene continuous for 3/4 of an hour. These 3 third-stage life destruction old fellows had to take out several high-grade true essence stones from their spatial rings, and also absorb the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy as they poured their true essence into the polar sky flags. The symbols began to vibrate more and more. After an hour passed, the ancient array formation's defensive barrier began to vibrate. As everyone saw this, all of their hearts went cold. Now that it seemed the array formation could break at any time, they all revolved their true essence together and went on guard. Once this barrier was broken, the several forces would come into conflict with each other. They would also be pulled into the battle because of whatever side they were supporting. As for that previous oath they made on their heart of martial arts to distribute the treasures, all of that became nothing at all. How could a bit of damage to one's heart of martial arts possible compare to the Nirvana Dragon root? As the defensive barrier shook, Lin Ming was surprised. It seemed that there were some quite valuable records about ancient array formations contained within the Demon Emperor's letter. Otherwise, Xian Wuji with his mere third-stage life destruction cultivation that was only suppressed to 20%, would have never been able to reach this stage, no matter how many patchwork things he tried or how many incomplete texts on ancient arrays he read. Lin Ming, step back. Mu Yu Huang whispered. As the array formation began to increasingly tremble, Mu Yu Huang pulled Lin Ming farther away, lest he be caught up in the ensuing battle and die from the true essence shockwaves. Lin Ming nodded. Just as he was walking back, he heard a resounding cracking sound. He looked over to see that around the ancient array formation, it seemed as if the 36 polar sky flags could not withstand the pressure of the impact, and a crack appeared in a flag. Xian Wuji's complexion immediately changed, but he didn't panic. "Yu Qie, I know." Xian Yu Qie, who had been standing guard from the side, immediately took out another array flag that looked exactly the same as the polar sky flag. She walked over and shot it in like an arrow, inserting it right near the array flag that was cracking. With this, the array-destroying energy stabilized. They came quite prepared. They even have extra array flags. These polar sky flags probably cost over 1,000 medium-grade true essence stones to make for every one. 36 array flags is 36,000 medium-grade true essence stones. What a waste of money. They could have opened this array formation with barely any effort, but now they have had to use such outrageously expensive array flags. Lin Ming sighed. If he had a way to safely exchange the method to open this array for something like a Nirvana Dragon root's root hair along with 36,000 medium-grade true essence stones, then he would have gladly taken this exchange. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength, thus he didn't have the qualifications to make a trade with these old life destruction fellows. Otherwise, he would just be eaten up with nothing left. Not just that, but after this array formation opened, there would inevitably be a brutal battle. When that time came, it would be everyone for themselves. Who would still care about something as laughable as an agreement they made with a junior? As Lin Ming was imagining the possibilities, he heard another cracking sound. A second array flag had broken. Millimeter? Xian Wuji deeply frowned, his expression becoming increasingly solemn. Although Xian Yuqie quickly replaced the second flag, this meant that things were clearly headed in a bad direction. After a mere half-incense stick of time, A third array flag shattered. At this time, Xian Wuji's complexion was already deathly pale. Xian Yuqie was just about to replace it with a new array flag, but here was another clear catcher sound as another array flag shattered. In the formation of the 36 array flags, it was simultaneously disrupted on both sides. The entire true essence system immediately lost balance. After this happened, the skinny old man that was using an array disc shook and vomited out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, 7 more array flags broke. The entire array formation system completely collapsed. Bang! As the array formation exploded, a massive amount of energy reversed and shot out, golden lights flying all over. The remaining 21 polar sky flags flew out. In the turbulent explosion of energy, Xian Wuji, Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow simultaneously drew back. Their faces were pale and their hearts were heavy. They failed. Xian Wuji's mood sunk to the bottom. In this treasure hunt, no one paid a greater price than him. After obtaining the Demon Emperor's letter, he had prepared for this moment for a full 10 years. He had dreamt of using the Nirvana Dragon route to break through into the Divine Sea realm. One day, he would become an Emperor-level powerhouse and lead the South Sea Demon region to rule over the entire South Horizon region. However, that hope was now crumbling before him. He felt as if the world had slowed to a pause. His breath became thick in his chest, and he clenched his fists tightly. There were still 30-some polar sky flags in his spatial ring, but this number was simply insufficient. If he tried to break through the array formation again, then the only outcome was failure. Before, he never imagined that an array flag would shatter on 2 different sides. When he had obtained the Demon Emperor's letter, he had also prepared for defeat. Xian Wuji was well aware that the path of an Emperor-level powerhouse was covered with difficulties and tribulations. Otherwise, how could there be so few Emperor-level powerhouses throughout the entire history of the Sky Spill continent? There were many life-destruction old masters that had tried to reach the Divine Sea realm and had made all sorts of sacrifices and efforts. But in the end, all they encountered was failure. Many of them had even paid with their life. Xian Wuji had also come here with that conviction. However, seeing this scene occur in front of his eyes, he still found it hard to accept. Chapter 491. A vow to break the array. Chapter 491. A vow to break the array. Xian Wuji sighed deeply. At that moment, he appeared to be much older. He was already 1,000 years old. If this plan failed, it meant that his hopes of reaching the Divine Sea realm were slim to none. Mother ****. Nanyun Wang looked at the array flags that were scattered around and loudly cursed. He had originally suspected that Xian Wuji was trying to trick him, and only used this method of breaking the array formation as a smokescreen while hiding the true method to break it. But as he thought about it some more, he realized that Xian Wuji wouldn't be so naive as to think such a naive method could conceal the truth from him and Abbot Whitebrow. In any case, Nanyun Wang had already decided that he would not leave if Xian Wuji was still here. Compared to Nanyun Wang losing his cool, Abbot Whitebrow was much calmer, a solemn light in his eyes. In truth, it was relatively easy for him to cross life destruction. The great Zen temple had a very deep and historied legacy, and the Buddhist cultivation techniques and mantras caused one's heart and mind to be much more determined and firm than one who practiced those from the demonic path. At least, if he even tried to go into closed-off seclusion to cross life destruction, he wouldn't have to worry about his mind losing itself in delusions. As for the other old life destruction fellows from the smaller sects, they faintly smiled as they saw this, taking joy in seeing others' misfortunes. It was uncertain that they had any hope of obtaining the Nirvana Dragon route. It was enough that they had obtained some rare medicines. At least this trip hadn't been in vain. If they couldn't obtain something, then others also couldn't. Even the third-stage life destruction masters from glorified fifth-grade sects didn't have a much greater harvest than they did. Thinking of this, their thoughts were much smoother and more pleasant. Naturally, no one dared to reveal that they were thinking this. On the surface, they all had door expressions and shook their heads while sighing, lamenting with regret at the failure to destroy the array. Mu Fengxian looked tranquil. She had an agreement with the great Zen temple, and it would be to her advantage if they could obtain the Nirvana Dragon route. But she didn't place much faith in such agreement. On the contrary, Mu Fengxian thought that it was much better if the Nirvana dragon root was never unleashed unto the world. At least there would be one less life or death battle. If a battle truly occurred here, she had no idea how many people would perish. If Lin Ming was caught up in the destruction, then that would be even worse. Xian Wuji, Nanyun Wang, and Abbot Whitebrow still gathered around the double north and south ancient array formation, unwilling to leave. As for some of the other life destruction powerhouses from smaller sects, they lost their patience and began to leave, looking for more spiritual grasses and herbs along the riverside. Although they had already swept through the area before, that didn't mean they couldn't have missed one or two plants. If they were able to find just one, then that would be a great boost to their wealth. Their belongings were in no way greater than a 5th grade sect's. Old Thief Shen, since your method to break through the array formation has been defeated, you should give back the treasures you received to this old man. Since the array formation couldn't be broken, Nanyun Wang thought that he wouldn't have suffered a great loss if he took back the treasures he gave to Xian Wuji. At this time, Xian Wuji had already placed away his morose and saddened appearance. His eyes flashed with a cold decisiveness. A loss is a loss. Nanyun, the path to the Divine Sea Realm from the Revolving Core Realm is filled with countless difficulties and pitfalls. Did you think that you could instantly succeed without paying any price or suffering any defeat? How ridiculous! As Xian Wuji laughed, Nanyun Wang's eyes went cold. He glared at Xian Wuji and coldly said, "Then do you have any other way? The array is dead, but people are living. The living cannot be suppressed by dead objects. This time, if I, Xian Wuji, cannot obtain the Nirvana dragon root, then I vow to never leave the demon god Imperial Palace." As Abbot Whitebrow heard Xian Wuji say such brave and determined words, his eyebrows pricked up. "Oh, does Sir Xian have a method to destroy the array? I do not. But no matter how exquisite an array formation it is, it must have a weakness and it must have an energy supply. Otherwise, it would not have lasted so long. If we combine our forces, we will be able to destroy it. I do not believe that I cannot break through this array formation. If 1 year is not enough, then I'll spend 10 years. If 10 years is not enough, then I'll spend 100 years. Before I came to Demon God Imperial Palace, I already made plans for the worst-case scenario. I made an oath to break this array formation." Xian Wuji's words were like a giant steel ball that smashed into everyone. Obviously, these were true words spoken from his heart. Nanyun Wang frowned. If it was true that this array formation could be broken with 10 years of time, then he didn't mind staying here for 10 years. However, this wasn't necessarily true. Although he didn't have much of an understanding into array formations, he still knew that an advanced array formation like this was able to absorb heaven and earth origin energy from the surroundings to supplement its energy cycle. If their attacks consumed energy than what the array formation absorbed, then they would never be able to break through this array formation. As for staying here for 100 years or more, Nanyun Wang thought he heard a joke. As opposed to wasting 100 years on an uncertain result, he might as well go out into the world to look for other lucky chances. Also, who the hell knew whether or not this broken world would collapse within 100 years? If this world collapsed, then let alone him, but even Emperor-level powerhouses would not be able to survive the massive ensuing space storm that would occur. Amitabha. Abbot Whitebrow clasped his hands together and slowly said, "This old monk did not imagine that Sir Xian's heart would be so firm. If you truly have this intention and hope to reach the Divine Sea Realm, then this old monk will also follow Sir Xian for another 10 years. 10 years later, regardless of the result, this old monk will leave. If none of us can obtain the Nirvana dragon root, then that only proves that I am not fated for this treasure." Hearing Abbot Whitebrow say such words, Nanyun Wang also hesitated. Now he no longer had any other path to take, and had to wait here. If he lost his patience and left in advance, only for Xian Wuji to really have a way to break through the array, and then lost the Nirvana dragon root because of this, he would really be a fool. Thinking of this, Nanyun Wang grit his teeth and said, "Good. Then I will also follow your madness this one time. I, Nanyun, will stick it to the end." As the three great masters reached an agreement, Everyone else's complexions turned ugly. This demon god imperial palace was protected by a massive array formation. Not just that, but the way back was filled with traps and puppets. Without these three great masters leading the way, it was impossible for them to leave. If these three masters wanted to stay here for 10 years, that meant they would have to accompany them for 10 years. If they could divide the spoils, then they wouldn't mind too much. But it was most likely that they wouldn't even be able to split a single root hair. Abbot Whitebrow correctly guessed everyone's thoughts. He said, "Everyone, if you can assist us, then after we break through the barrier, you will be repaid." The 2 Nirvana dragon roots should have around 18 root hairs. This old monk makes an oath to Buddha that these 18 root hairs will be divided to you, according to your strength. Second stage life destruction masters will receive 2 root hairs, and first stage life destruction masters will receive half a root hair. If you agree, then let's work together. I wonder if Sir Xian or Sir Nanyun have any objections to this plan? As Abbot Whitebrow spoke, his eyes slowly panned over Xian Wuji and Nanyun Wang. The two of them nodded. They had already made such agreements many times. But this was the first time that the agreement was based not on what force they were behind but only on their own strength. It seemed much more credible and trustworthy. But many people were muttering in their hearts, wondering whether or not they would be dumped to the side when the time really came. Those life destruction masters from smaller sects were the most worried about this point. However, they didn't have any other better plan. Since they had to stay, they might as well help. If they didn't, then those 3 masters might begin to loathe them. And if a fight broke out, the first ones to suffer would be them. This way, the 20-some life destruction old fellows all expressed their willingness to help. Lin Ming stood by himself in a distant corner, looking at everything that was happening. He ruefully smiled in his heart. He obviously was glad that Xian Wuji's plan to break through the defensive barrier was defeated. But he wasn't too happy for so long. At this moment he could only force a smile. At this time, it was impossible for him to secretly take the treasure. As for staying in here for 10 years, that was completely a joke to Lin Ming. Even if he knew that he could obtain the Nirvana Dragon Root by staying here for 10 years, he would absolutely not want it. Fortunately, Lin Ming did not have to worry about leaving. Less than 5 miles away, there was a conveniently placed transmission array. This transmission array was in a secret location. Xian Wuji most likely didn't know about it. Otherwise, he would have certainly chosen that transmission array to make his future escape. It was closer and far more secure. To Lin Ming, the problem was not leaving. The problem was, after he did, just how would he deal with Lei Jingtian? If he couldn't improve his strength, then the result wouldn't change. After arriving to this step, Lin Ming had a faint fantasy that he could obtain the Nirvana Dragon Root, no matter how little hope he had. But, no matter how much he logically thought it out, there was no chance for him. This crowd of old life destruction fellows had lived for a long time. They were intelligent, powerful, and much more perceptive. Wanting to struggle with them for treasures was far too difficult. Xian Wuji said, "Breaking through this array formation may take many years. Let's not hurry too much. Since everyone has consumed a great deal of strength, let's take a rest for a day and restore ourselves to top condition. 24 hours later, we'll combine our strength and break this array." As Xian Wuji finished speaking, he moved to the side and began to meditate. In trying to destroy the array formation a moment ago, he had consumed a great deal of strength. Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow also moved somewhere to restore their condition. As for the other life destruction powerhouses, some of them began to meditate, some idled around, and some even tried to test their luck, look for more medicinal herbs. There were ever some that had a bit of understanding into array formations and began to study the ancient array formation that covered the Nirvana Dragon Root with great relish. Everyone was curious. Who would miss a chance to study an ancient array formation? Moreover, what if they were able to figure out some way to open it? In their minds, they were simply locked outside of a door. They didn't have the key, but they could still take a wire and fiddle around with the lock. Perhaps they might be able to chance their way into opening it. Of course, in Lin Ming's view this was simply impossible. The probability of this was negligible enough to ignore. He had already figured out the method to open the north and south array formation, and quietly stood not too far away, appearing as if he were idling around. These life-destruction old fellows quickly scattered out. Some of them were even almost out of the range of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. Lin Ming casually glanced around. He planned to go to the place in the Demon Emperor's memories where the hidden transmission array was. He didn't want the situation to happen where the transmission array malfunctioned or was out of use. He was about to move when he heard a sudden piercing kai sound, followed by a scream, and was instantly shocked and surprised. Millimeter, what just happened? The other life-destruction old fellows also immediately stood. Xian Wuji looked over to the direction of the sound, a complex light shining in his eyes. It was unknown just what he was thinking in his heart. Chapter 492, Cosmic Melting Furnace. Chapter 492, Cosmic Melting Furnace. What's going on? All those old fellows reached out with their perception, but were unable to detect anything. From the sound a moment ago, whatever had happened had only occurred only 2 or 3 miles away. Even though their senses were suppressed in this world, they were still able to clearly investigate this distance. But they actually didn't sense anything. This was extremely unusual to these old life-destruction fellows. Let's go take a look. All of the old fellows instantly set out. Xian Wuji also stood. Compared to everyone else, he seemed much calmer and unaffected. He coolly patted the dirt from his clothes and also headed over. The 2 to 3 mile distance was crossed in the blink of an eye. As they reached the site of Cry, everyone was amazed to find that at the edge of the medicine garden was a giant cave. The cave was located underneath a common-looking hill. As everyone approached this cave, bursts of roiling heat waves billowed over them, forming a sharp contrast with the extreme cold that was coming from the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. As the cold and heat mingled together, even though everyone present were masters, it still made them feel uncomfortable. This cave is able to shield against perception. A South Sea Demon region martial artist said. If it weren't so, then they would have already discovered this cave. Millimeter. This is. As the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch walked into the cave, he suddenly shook after seeing the scene inside. The space inside the cave was enormous. It had a radius of hundreds of feet, and in the center of the space was a giant 30-foot pill furnace. This pill furnace was surrounded by 8 flaming red columns, and these fiery columns had statues of horned dragons carved into them. The 8 horned dragons aimed their wide maws at the pill furnace. Waves of red-tinted energy breathed out from the statues, enveloping the pill furnace and creating an image like a rising dawn. The 30-foot high pill furnace was about equal to the height of 4 men standing on top of each other. This was the first time that Lin Ming had ever seen such a massive pill furnace. On the surface of the pill furnace, there were many intricate designs and reliefs carved into it. Among these was a chart of the heavens and earth, with a red golden crow design in the center. The reliefs on pill furnace seemed rough, but if one looked carefully, they could sense an ancient, boundless aura, a savage and primal energy that rushed out. The things that were carved into this furnace were not images, but rather true world. A top treasure. All of the old fellows present were knowledgeable individuals. With just a look, they were able to determine that this giant pill furnace was an incredible treasure. It was very possible that this was an extremely valuable treasure to the Demon Emperor. They were unable to distinguish just what rank of pill furnace this was, and that was because they hadn't come into contact with such a high-ranking treasure before. But they could tell that even if this furnace were placed within the entire Sky Spill continent, it would absolutely be a top treasure. Cosmic Melting Furnace, it's really here. As Shen Yuqie saw this pill furnace, she sent a faint true essence sound transmission to Shen Wuji. Millimeter, unfortunately, we cannot even obtain the Nirvana Dragon root right now, much less this Cosmic Melting Furnace. If we could obtain the Cosmic Melting Furnace, then the Nirvana Dragon root wouldn't be too important. Haha. This was the first divine furnace of the Sky Spill continent. It's impossible for us to seize something like this. But there might be a slim chance for us to take some of the treasures inside. In the end, the Cosmic Melting Furnace was a pill furnace, but it was also considered a fire attribute treasure. A treasure on that level naturally wouldn't be considered as valuable as a heavenly material like the Nirvana dragon root. However, the precious value of the cosmic melting furnace didn't lie solely in it being a furnace, but rather the treasures and pills that were contained inside. The Demon Emperor's letter hadn't specified just what sort of treasures were within, but without a doubt they were extremely valuable. Casually taking any one of these out would start a bloody battle within the Sky Spill continent. However, if one wanted to obtain the cosmic melting furnace, they had to pass the surrounding 8-dragon jade light array that protected it. The Demon Emperor's letter had given no clue on how to bypass this array formation. The Demon Emperor's medicine garden array formation was only able to defend. If one couldn't break it, then the worst that would happen was that the Nirvana dragon root would remain unreachable. But this 8-dragon jade light array that surrounded the cosmic melting furnace was actually a true killing array. A single mistake meant death. Millimeter, this is, as the Black Flood Dragon clan patriarch saw the ashes on the ground, a foreboding feeling rose within him. He quickly turned to glance at the clansmen behind him, and his heart sank as he counted them. A moment ago, because of that scream, all of the martial artists had ran over to this cave. But his Black Flood Dragon clan was actually missing the 7th elder. Without a mistake, these ashes on the ground were those of the Black Flood Dragon clan's 7th elder. Old 7, the Black Flood Dragon clan patriarch felt a stinging pain in his heart, and finally sighed. He took out a jade box and with a wave of his hand, collected the ashes with his true essence, completely receiving them into the jade box and then placing it back into his spatial ring. In an instant, a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse had perished. In the realm of the gods, the existence of a life-destruction powerhouse was simply nothing at all. Lin Ming shook his head. The pursuits of fortune often led to death. This old 7 from the Black Flood Dragon clan was undoubtedly the first one to discover the cosmic melting furnace. At that time, his thoughts must have been that he could take this furnace by himself, and keep it as his own. A first-stage life-destruction master must have experienced many things to reach that stage, so how could they not have known of the dangers surrounding this cosmic melting furnace? However, they had been blinded by greed. Even though they knew it was dangerous, they still decided to take the risk. The result of this was that they were now nothing more than ashes on the ground. As for the other life-destruction powerhouses, they all looked at the cosmic melting furnace and pondered, lost in thought. After seeing the fate of someone else, they were even more cautious. Lin Ming stood within the crowd, sifting through the incomplete memories. The second Demon Emperor soul fragment had very few memories of the cosmic melting furnace. He was only able to faintly remember that there was a highly valuable furnace within the demon god Imperial Palace. As for where this furnace was or how valuable it was, he could not remember. Lin Ming had some vague memories of this 8-dragon jade light array, but relying on just these blurry memories to break through the array would not be easy. Lin Ming couldn't help but glance outside of the cave. At this time, he was surprised to see that there was not a single person left over in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. Everyone had gathered at the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming immediately had an impulsive idea to open the array formation within the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, but as he thought about it some more, he pushed down the idea. The ancient array formation in the medicine garden was simply too close. Also, the commotion from opening the array formation wouldn't be small. There was no way he could conceal this from these old life-destruction fellows. Lin Ming constantly thought of many possibilities, but ultimately had to reject them all. At this time, a South Sea Demon Region elder put out a zombie guard. He pointed towards the cosmic melting furnace and said to the zombie guard, "Go." The straight zombie guard's eyes flashed with a red light, and it walked over to the cosmic melting furnace without fear of death. The closer it was to the pill furnace, the higher the temperature was. When the zombie guard was around 100 feet away, it was like being in the furnace itself. Billowing waves of heat smashed into the zombie guard, creating kai-kai-kai sounds. As the zombie guard reached 50 feet away, it was just about to step onto the platform where the 8 coiling dragon columns were. At this time, a flaming red light shot out, striking the zombie guard. There was only a crackling sound as the zombie guard was sent flying backwards, instantly turning into ashes. With this, everyone was able to understand just how the Black Flood Dragon Clan elder had died. Hee. A life-destruction elder from a smaller sect laughed with self-deprecation. He turned around and walked away. This 8-dragon jade light array was even more terrifying than the ancient array formation that protected the Nirvana dragon root. He was quite aware of just how capable he was. In any case, this pill furnace had nothing to do with the likes of him. He had no reason to join in on the fun. If he was struck by a shockwave of that red light and was killed, then that would really be an injustice. As this life-destruction elder left, many other elders from small sects hesitated for a moment, and then began to quietly draw back. They went back to the river edge to search for more medicinal herbs. Although nearly every herb had been plucked after several sweeping passes, it was still better than nothing. If they could find one, it wouldn't be as valuable. But their sect's wealth was not comparable to that of a 5th-grade sect, and even far off from Divine Phoenix Island. They naturally had to be prudent in this. As the elders from several small sects left, Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow remained nearby the cosmic melting furnace. Obviously, they had some designs on this treasure. Nanyun Wang couldn't help but glance at Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji's eyes were closed, a do-as-you-wish air coming from him. Nanyun Wang couldn't hold it in. Old thief Xian, you never told me that you knew this was here before. Xian Wuji opened his eyes and slowly said, this old man naturally knew that this was here. But this old man is also aware of his own strength. Nanyun, let me advise you for free. If you don't want to die, then don't bother to have any ideas on this cosmic melting furnace. A greedy snake might eat himself to death. Even if an emperor-level powerhouse came here, they still wouldn't be able to move this stove. It was rare for Xian Wuji to speak the honest truth. He certainly didn't care for whatever happened to Nanyun Wang. However, he also needed him and Abbot Whitebrow to assist him in breaking open the defensive barrier. If Nanyun Wang died here, then he feared it really would take 100 years to open up the ancient array formation in the medicine garden. So this furnace is called the Cosmic Melting Furnace. Nanyun Wang licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a touch of greed and unwillingness to give up. Although he understood that what Xian Wuji said was mostly true, there weren't many people in this world that could remain unmoved after seeing such a precious treasure placed in front of them. After an incense stick of time, another old life-destruction fellow put out another puppet and used it to cautiously approach the cosmic melting furnace. The result was that this second puppet was also burnt to ashes. With these two tests, everyone discovered a rule of the 8-dragon jade light array. As long as one didn't step onto the platform where they were, then they would not be attacked by that red light. At this time, Abbot Whitebrow suddenly moved. He put away his staff, took off his cassock, and then slowly walked over to the cosmic melting furnace. As everyone saw this, their eyes widened. Even though the situation had already been clearly spelled out in front of them, Abbot Whitebrow had still decided to try. He must have some method to rely on. Xian Wuji was even more on guard. Both his eyes were unblinking, as his hands that were at his back were now loosely hanging down, his expression filled with doubt and alert. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.